Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the zoning board meeting for Thursday, October 14th, 2021. If you would all please stand and join me with the Pledge of allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for allowing us to gather here in a country that allows us to disagree with each other civilly and still remain friends, family, and loved ones. Thank you for watching all of our troops overseas as they continue to protect us, and be with all of those in this building today and continue to watch over this county. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
So up next, we have the review of minutes for June. There is a scrivener's error that incorrectly says August, and it should say April. So the minutes will be changed to say April. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes with the correction?
I make a motion that we approve the minutes with the correction.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. And then we have any old business that needs to come before us? None?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the agenda, staff would like to move the last item on the agenda, number 16, which is the proposed text amendment to the Land Development Code, to the front of the agenda for discussion. And I believe also Mr. Drain has an item that has asked to be tabled on the agenda this evening.
All right, thank you. Let's proceed with moving the last item to the first item.
Good evening, board members. So over the years, Santa Rosa County, as a part of our land development code, has allowed the allowance of conditions to be placed upon rezonings. So over the years, we've had different attorney opinions on that. We have an incoming attorney who should be with us in the 1st of December, and based on that discussion, we are looking to place that condition back into the land development code so it can be used as a part of this board for discussion. It would basically allow conditions to be placed on a conditional use in rezoning applications. Some of the things that we're looking at, for instance, would be, the number of dwelling units, the proposed use. If somebody comes in with a conceptual and says that they want 100 units, but yet the maximum of the zoning would allow 150, you can restrict them to 100 units. If somebody comes in and says, I want a proposed use of a car lot or a bank or something of that nature, something that's very specific and the neighbors are in opposition to everything except for that, you can certainly place a condition that that use be based upon that. However, I say that with caution. We're not going to get into adopting items on the fly tonight. We're not basing it off of the conceptual site plan. A lot of times people, the engineers will place stormwater ponds on there or place, setbacks and things of that nature. Staff has not reviewed those for consistency with the land development code, so we would certainly not look at adopting a condition that could be against those performance standards. And staff is certainly here to help you and assist you as we walk through some of these items tonight on rezonings and such, but staff certainly feels, as well as I believe the Board of County Commissioners, as looking at a way to allow the board some flexibility, whereas with the future land use, the state of Florida says you have to look at it as a worst case scenario. So if the future land use allows 18 units an acre, you have to go to 18 units an acre. However, with the rezoning being a local ordinance, at that point we can place conditions upon it, to limit that specific item. It is an ordinance, so it's recorded as a part of the, as a part of that property, and it sticks with that property until either the board amends that property or somebody comes back in and rezones it again. So that type of a situation. And we can certainly, if we get to a case tonight and we think we need to have a little bit more discussion, we can have that. But with that, staff would certainly ask for a recommendation of approval to send to the Board of County Commissioners, and I'll be happy to address any questions that y'all may have.
Any questions? I move to approve without objection. Motion was made to approve without objection. Hearing none, motion passes. All right, we'll start moving forward with the agenda as written. Just a quick thing, we have a time limit when we speak, not to limit your right to free speech, but to allow the rights of everyone to be heard. Sometimes we get caught up, the first item might be the controversial one, and there are people that want to speak, and they end up having to stay till midnight. I think the 2 meetings ago, we were here till like 12:30 a.m. So think of it as more being, neighborly and allowing your neighbor to speak at a later time.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get a chance to tell you, but there's a reason why I'm sitting over here solo. I'll be running the clock where we can see it up there tonight, so you don't have to run it on your phone.
I won't need this no more.
Also, Mr. Chairman, it was brought to staff's attention, item number 6, 2021 V076, Pace Crossings LLC is requesting to table this item, and we wanted to bring it before the board before we went through it, if you wanted to discuss that or if you wanted to make a motion to table it.
I make a motion to table it without objection.
To the next meeting?
Yes, to next meeting.
Motion was made to table to the next meeting without objection. Hearing none, motion passes.
So if anyone is here for item 2021 V076, that will actually be tabled to the November 10th meeting here at 6 p.m. Now on to the first item of tonight's agenda. Case 2021 V071, Ms. Christina Conley is requesting a variance to increase the allowable fence height from 4 feet to 6 feet to allow a residential fence on Navarre Beach. The subject site is located at 1422 Sonata Court on Navarre Beach. The subject site is in an NBMD, Navarre Beach Medium Density Zoning District. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is single-family residential with a mixture of single-family residential and vacant surrounding all sides. Site is in a stormwater problem area. This is looking south down Sonata Court. The site is to our left. This is looking north up Sonata Court. The site is to the right. This is looking into the site from Sonata Court. And this is looking at the rear of the site where the variance is being requested. This is another view of the fence at 6 feet per the requested variance. And that's all I have.
Is there anyone here to speak on behalf? Excuse me. Push the button there that says
The
speaker.
speak button, yes.
I think I should have known that since I'm a teacher. Okay, hi, I'm Christina Conley. This is plain and simple. The only reason why I want 4 to 6 is because I have a son who has Down syndrome, and he's 10, and he's very active, and he loves to run when he gets it in his head, and it'll just give me a couple more seconds. If I have a 4-foot fence, he'll get over it like that, and if I have a 6-foot fence, then it's going to give me some time to get to him. Sometimes he doesn't listen. So that's basically my reason, is for his safety. I'm not worried about people getting in. I'm worried about him getting out when he's playing in the yard. That's it. Those are my reasons.
So we have an HOA in there?
Yes.
And there's no objections with the HOA, correct?
No, they wrote an email letter saying that they were fine with it. Is that it? Or did you have any more questions?
Anyone else to speak for, behalf, or against?
My name's John Bright, 1420 Bahia Drive, and on the visual there, my backyard backs up against hers, and I'm here to support her in her request for the variance. It has no effect on us at all.
Can I get I'll do a motion approval without objection.
Motion to make, approve without objection was made. Hearing none, motion passes.
Next item on the agenda, variance 2021 V072. JMJ General Contractors, represented by Joseph Nichols, Jr., is requesting to reduce the side setback from 7.5 feet to 4 feet to accommodate a residential structure in NBSF, Navarre Beach Single Family Zoning District. The subject site is located at 1468 Alabama Street on Navarre Beach. The subject site is in an MBSF, Navarre Beach Single Family Zoning District. This is an area of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up area of the subject site. The existing land use is single-family residential, surrounded again by single-family residential and some vacant to the south and to the east across the canal. The site is in a stormwater problem area. And this is looking south down Alabama Street. The site is to our left. This is looking west, the site is behind. This is looking north up Alabama Street, the site is to our right. And this is a view into the site. This is a view at the northern side of the property, just to give relation to the property line and where the setbacks would be. And this is another view from the southern property line. This is a site plan submitted by the applicant showing the two proposed structures with the respective setbacks. And that's all I have.
Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the project?
So I guess this is on. Okay. This lot's different than most of the lots. I guess I got grandfathered in through
Can you
Escambia
please
County.
state your name and address?
Oh, I'm
for the
Joseph R.
record?
Nichols, Jr., 8143 Pompano Street in Navarre. Anyway, this lot was grandfathered in from Escambia County to allow actually like multifamily units, so it could allow us to build like 4 townhouses. So I had the idea originally of just doing 2 townhouses on it, and then the more I looked at the neighborhood, and this would actually look more conforming to the neighborhood if I could split it over and make 2 separate houses instead of townhouses, because everything else on the street is single family. So obviously it's a financial gain for me, but it also would be a positive for the neighborhood too, instead of doing townhouses. On Arkansas Street, they have a same type of lot, and someone built a 4-plex on it, and which definitely is out of place for the rest of the single family. So that was my plan, was just separating it to two single families, and hope to have it situated so I can get enough parking for people, for as many people as I can get on there, or it needs to be on there, whatever. So I'm not trying to crowd it. I thought I'm trying to help the neighborhood as much as anything by doing two houses. But it is a unique lot that it allows townhouses right in the middle of individual single-family dwellings. So that was my argument to split it, two separate ones. And that's about it.
Any questions?
So if you were to build what was allowed, you could put a fourplex on there? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, it's grandfathered in under Escambia County. It's kind of strange. So it could put up to 4. That'd be like 16-foot wide little units on there. The ones on Arkansas look pretty tacky, actually. It really pulls the street down. So that's why then I thought I'd do 2. And that's, well, if I can get it separated, I can do 2 separate individual houses that would be more conforming with the rest of the neighborhood there. But it is a really neat, unique lot.
Yeah, I was looking over it and I saw what was coming up against it as well, so I was trying to see the pros on it. So you could put, but it would be a single unit, four
Yes.
units within.
Yes.
That's what you
Or
could
3
do.
or 2.
Correct.
Either
Okay.
way. And then I'd have if I did 2 units like 32 feet, then I'd still fit within my setbacks on the sides of existing setback. But if I separate them, then I have 2 individual houses. And like I said, there's some other neighborhoods in there that are private neighborhoods that have done that, and the houses have turned out real nice. So that's my intent, to make some nice looking houses in there.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anyone else wants to speak for or against this?
I'm Sandy Connor. I live at 1492 Alabama Street, and I've been living there since 2005. Our street is a street that is single-family homes. Every home on that street is a single family. And the gentleman wants to put 2 houses on a lot he has divided. We are not Escambia County, we're Santa Rosa County. He has divided it. He wants to put 2 houses with 12 bedrooms total for the 2 houses and 6 bathrooms on a lot he has divided, and he wants 4-foot setback. There'll be no room for any parking, any driveway, any drain. We've customarily had children living on that street and playing. And if he builds these houses with no place for parking, we won't even have any drainage. Where's the water gonna go? I strongly object, as do my neighbors on the street. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Ma'am, do you mind hitting that speak button again?
Yes.
Do you mind hitting that button?
Oh, you mean you didn't hear me?
No, I heard you.
Oh,
So,
okay.
no,
I
one more
see.
time.
I turned it off.
One more time, please. Yeah, so after we speak, if we could turn it off, that way we don't have feedback.
Oh, okay.
No, the other one. No, the other one. Sure.
Hey, Sean, can you clarify that the current zoning there right now would allow for a quadplex townhomes?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay.
We have the documented history from the county attorneys over the years that would allow a quad to be placed on this property.
So two's a lot better than 4. But could we limit it to 2
Yes, sir, you can certainly.
based on
limit
the
it to
new
2.
rule?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just checking.
So for everyone that knows a little bit of a history lesson, all of the island called Santa Rosa Island is owned by Escambia County. Escambia County deeded undeeded lots to Santa Rosa County in exchange for the bridge in Navarre. So technically, Navarre leases all of that from Escambia County. So that's how it's under this original Escambia County rule.
Yes, sir, we appreciate you gentlemen allowing us to make our, voice our opinion on this. And we have, sir,
Can you say your name, please?
my name, John Connor, I'm sorry.
Speak up. You're saying your name.
John Connor, can you hear now? I'm sorry. I'm the deaf one, really. That's why it works out good sometimes, but it gets you in trouble too. But we built this house. It's not, and we're on the end of the cul-de-sac down there, and we've seen a lot of progress out there. And but to ask for what these gentlemen are asking for seemed to me is just unreal, because first place they wanted, if I understand it correctly, and I stand to be corrected, that they're building a 3,000 square foot house on 2 lots, and the 2 lots are, they don't accommodate a regular house as well as they should, but to put 2 3,000 square foot houses on there, and if I understand it correctly, they're going to have 6 bedrooms in each house and 6 bathrooms, okay? That, if I understand it correctly, please correct me. And they're going to sell them. Now, I know that nobody wants to build I've got a house the same size as both of those, okay? I'm not trying to say brag or anything like that. And I've got 6 bedrooms in my house, and they're trying to put
12, it'd be 12 total.
there'd be 12 bedrooms in there, and 6 bathrooms, if I understand it correctly. And I don't know where they're gonna have anybody parked. There's no parking available for that kind of thing out there. And I'm not trying to be difficult. I want them, they're trying to make as much money, and I would too, if I could get it accepted. But to me, that's out of the question. To me, it's absurd to even ask for that sort of thing. If you have 2 houses sitting here and you're going to park people, you got 12 bedrooms there, there's going to be a lot of cars there. And you can look at the houses that are built there now. Full house on that same size lot, they don't have room to park their cars. Not to mention the fact they want to double that and the size, and it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. I have a big lot, and we bought it 20 years ago, and it's just my wife and I and our children and all, and I see what's going on. I see the crowded conditions in this area all the time. It's black and white. You know, and the people living in one house out there, have one house they're living in out there, have difficulty when they ask for people to come and party with them and all. I could just see what a mess we'd have out there. I mean, as it is right now, you can't get 2 cars to pass one another. So I'm just saying that I'm for progress, but this is a little absurd. And I hope you look at the details of it. And thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. You want to say it, Mama? Thank you.
Did I get it? Did I get it off?
Are we on? Do you want to ask me something, sir? I can put it back on. Oh, I'm on speaker. Did he quit you? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, good evening. Drew Ruthroff. I live at 1443 Alabama Street. First of all, I'd just like to thank you all for doing what you do. I know this is a volunteer position, and it sounds like you're taking a lot of hours out of your weeks to come do this. That said, I think we're putting the cart before the horse in this one. The plan is to split the lot into two. I'd recommend we split the lot, and then we take care of the variances for those individual lots. If we give a 4-foot setback variance, technically you could build a 4-plex townhome with those reduced variances. So this lot's kind of unique. We've talked about that, the way the lease was changed back in the 80s. It was a failed project, and that's why we're stuck with this today. So let's not repeat those mistakes. Let's split the lot, and then we can do that individually. The other thing is the owner talked about some other communities out there, and just like you saw with Sonata Court in the previous case, those are private communities that have covenants, they have bylaws, they have HOAs that can restrict a lot of things. So when you talk about the parking issues, those streets don't allow on-street parking, you'll get towed. They can enforce that. You talk about the rental issues. They can limit how many bedrooms you're allowed to rent, how often you're allowed to rent it. You can only do one rental a week. You can't just do the 3-day weekend party rentals. Alabama Street is not an HOA. We don't have those abilities, so we rely on the land development code and the zoning and the county ordinances to take care of that for us. And then the last thing is, what is the purpose of a variance, right? It's to, your neighbor's trying to add on a deck or put in a staircase, needs, 6, 12 inches here and there. To cut the setback in half, that's a lot, right? And I'm all in favor. If you want to split the lot, put 2 homes there, you can still do that. You might just not get, 6,000 square feet of home on there. Most of the homes on that street are 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. You could fit those types of homes on those, if you split it, 2 lots, without needing those setback variances. So I think it's a little aggressive to put 6,000 square feet of home, 12 bedrooms, 12 bathrooms on that small lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I got a question. So if we could limit to 2 dwellings instead of the quadplex, if we could put that on there, could we also limit the square footage, and that way it would be within inside the setbacks of the new proposed lots? Is there a way to do both? If he truly only wants 2 units, then why don't we just solve the problem that way and everybody's happy? You just can't quite build as much square footage. That was a question for Sean.
So yes, sir, you could certainly limit it, the unit to 2 dwelling units itself, and just basically, he's here tonight asking for his variance setbacks, and just say that no additional variances can be applied for. It's on that, and then basically the size of the structure is based on what he can fit on the lot. So instead of trying to, put the elephant in the shoebox, basically, you're designing the home to the lot and not necessarily the lot to the home.
Exactly, because it's in a stormwater problem area already, so and why add more issues, so.
So basically, we're to either approve or not approve the variance. That's our option.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And understand he still has other performance standards of the Santa Rosa County Land Development Code he's going to have to apply to, such as the number of required parking spaces per the unit, the size of those units and things of that nature.
So
I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out there. I live in pretty much the same situation and I can see where the citizens that live there are concerned about the parking issues, and this world of VRBOs and Airbnbs, the only thing they have to protect them is the setbacks. So I'm not going to be for it. Just go from there.
Yeah, but you have to remember that if you deny it, he can just do a quadplex, which would be a lot more and be worse on the citizens on that road. So that's why I was saying try to meet in the happy medium and make it all work for everybody.
Yeah, but each unit would have its own parking. You see where I'm going with that? If you got 6 rooms per building, you could get into a mess there.
Do we have any motions? I kind of think I know we get caught up in these bedrooms. I think cars are more based off of units. If we have a quad there with 2 apiece, that's 8 bedrooms, but you're going to have 2 families split in each one, now you're at 16 cars. If you have 2 houses there, even if they have 6 and 6, more than likely, at most 2 families apiece, and you're at 4 cars. You're not going to, people don't drive there based off of bedrooms, they drive there based off of the number of units.
They're also going to be assigned parking per unit, so they'll be sold accordingly. So that's the one protection that's set there. The only protection that anybody in the neighborhood, from what I can see, has is the setbacks. Otherwise, they're just drifting. So if you're looking for a motion, I'll make a motion to deny.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded to deny.
Okay, we'll take it to a vote. A vote yes is to deny. Anna?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Derek?
No.
Tracy?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Sam?
Yes.
Motion to deny passes with a vote of 5-1.
So just for the applicant's information, you have 15 days. You can appeal this decision to the Board of County Commissioners. If you want to do that, contact Mr. Drain within the next couple of days, and we'll get you set up for the next board meeting.
Next item on the agenda, case 2021-V073. Mr. Morrow and Maurice Ramos are requesting a variance to reduce the side setback from 8 feet to 7 feet to accommodate a proposed addition to an existing residential structure, and a second request to reduce the rear setback from 25 feet to 17 feet to accommodate that same proposed addition. The subject site is located at 2225 Genie Street in Navarre. Subject site is in an R2M, medium density mixed residential zoning district. This is an area of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up area of the subject site. The existing land use is single-family residential, with single-family residential to all immediate north, east, and southern sides, and vacant there to the west. There is a potential for wetlands on the site. Site is in a stormwater problem area. This is looking south down Genie Street. The site is to our right. This is looking north up Genie Street. The site is to our left. This is looking into the site from Genie Street at the existing home. And this is another view into the site showing the relation to the side setback. This was a situation where the home was there, and as they prepared to do the addition, it was a little too close on the side setback, and the addition would need also a variance to the rear. And as you can see, this is the site plan showing where the 7 feet is being requested on the side, and with that new addition, reducing it down to the 17 in the rear. And that's all I have.
Anyone here to speak on behalf of the project?
My name is Mauro Ramos, 2225 Jenny Street, Navarre. That's pretty much what they said. The property was there, and they asked for a permit to do the plumbing and all that, and we got that. We try to follow up with everything they asked. So pretty much we're just trying to do that at the front to have basically be 2 rooms, a living room and a bedroom. And I guess the issue was that the back was too close. But that's pretty much it.
Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else speak on, for, or behalf? All right, any motions?
I'll make a motion to approve without objection.
Motion was made to approve without objection. Hearing none, motion passes.
And for correction, that was for both variances? The side and the rear?
Yeah, the side was for 1 foot off,
Yes.
and the rear was,
Yes.
yeah.
25. So, but the motion was for both?
Correct.
Yes, sir. Okay. So that motion passes. Next item on the agenda is case 2021 V074. Midway Baptist Church, represented by Ms. Carrie Ann Schultz, is requesting a variance to alter an approved site plan, specifically the requirement of an 8-foot privacy fence for a proposed landscape buffer, with also a 6-foot chain link fence around the current retention pond. The subject site is located at 5471 Gulf Breeze Parkway in the Midway community. Subject site is in an HCD, Highway Commercial Development, and R1, Single Family Residential Zoning District. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is institution and vacant, with vacant and commercial to the north across Gulf Breeze Parkway, vacant there to the east, and single-family residential to the south, with industrial bordering on the west. There have been some zoning board cases in the surrounding area. This is looking west down Gulf Breeze Parkway. The site is to our left. This is looking east up Gulf Breeze Parkway. The site is to our right. This is looking into the site from Gulf Breeze Parkway. And this is a view into the site where the variance is being requested, all along that back border there. This is a view of an existing 8-foot fence along the side property line where that industrial property was. And this is a view where the previous fence was located. You can see down there where it was damaged and came down on the right. This is a view of the retention pond where the 6-foot chain link fence is being requested, when in actuality, upon talking to planning and zoning, that actually wouldn't be required as a part of the variance, they would be allowed to put a fence around it. So this variance is strictly for the vegetative buffer along this fence line. And that's all I have.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. Thank you, fellow board members. Thank you for your generous time this evening. Again, my name is Carrie Ann Schultz. I'm a local attorney addressed at 3869 Paradise Bay Drive, Gulf Breeze, Florida. I have the privilege and honor of representing Midway Baptist Church. I have several of the elders here, including Mr. Christopher. Kerry Christopher will also speak in favor. All of you have received the application, including the evidence and the supporting documentation that I presented, along with my letter that analyzes why we meet the criteria. This is a proceeding that requires me, as the agent of the applicant, to prove to you that we can satisfy the criteria as required so that we can go forward and do what we need to do. As Mr. Drain properly stated, and if you look at the staff analysis, what we are essentially seeking is, if you go back to 1992, which is in your packet, there was an agreement, a site plan that was created that required the church to have an 8-foot fence. The fence, in its current condition, had issues following Hurricane Sally. The church is coming before you and asking that instead of replacing that 8-foot fence, that we be permitted to replace it with the 6-foot fence with the landscape buffer. We have to ask for that because the Land Development Code, because we have that existing plan, we would have to conform back to the plan, and that's why we are asking this honorable board's permission to move forward. Let's talk about the criteria that we believe we satisfy and why you should vote in the affirmative today and allow the church to go forward with this request. Number one, the special circumstances or conditions applied to the building or land in question are peculiar to such property and do not apply generally to other land or buildings in the vicinity. Well, this particular parcel, as Mr. Drain showed you, includes 4.85 acres, and the church structure is located. There are 4 additional parcels which make up this. Because the plan that was done in 1992, that allowed for the 8-foot fence, because that would not be allowed under the current Land Development Code. So we're wanting to go back to, that's why we have to seek the variance. That is why I am saying that this is peculiar to this property, because if you drive around anywhere that is subject to the Santa Rosa County Land Development Code, you're not going to see that between commercial and residential. So we believe that that is a special circumstance because we entered into this agreement back in 1992, and so we have to comply with that, right? There's a code enforcement that says, hey, you have to take that fence post-Hurricane Sally and put it back 8 feet, right? Well, we're saying, hey, wait a second. We believe this is unique to this area. We want to be a good neighbor to our neighbors on Hummingbird, and you'll hear from them this evening. And we want to be able to put something that is aesthetically pleasing with the landscape buffer, but go down to 6 as opposed to 8. And we believe that that would provide for the privacy and the criteria needed between both commercial and residential development. The second requirement that is required of the applicant is the variance necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right and not merely to serve as a convenience to the applicant? Well, one could argue the church is wanting to deviate from the 1992 application or site plan that was already approved, and there was a lot of thought that went into that. Now, I would argue that the existing structure is dilapidated. Y'all saw the pictures. It's an eyesore, right? We want to fix that. We as the church want to fix that. And so because it was demolished, we desire to take down, with your permission, the 8-foot privacy fence and replace it with something that is aesthetically pleasing that we believe will be in harmony with the neighborhood, and installing a chain link fence to enclose the current retention pond, which Mr. Drain has already mentioned how that already conforms with the existing code. So will my client actually suffer hardship if it's unable to plant that? The hardship that we would have is that we believe the 8-foot fence will result in, if we have another hurricane, so I'm getting very creative in my argument, that this shadow box fence or a wood fence is just going to be blown down. So we believe by having that extra barrier with the fence at 6, with that nice, the Chinese, the landscape that we propose not only will be aesthetically pleasing, which will be more of a durable structure that will provide that buffer, thereby, should we have another storm event like we did with Hurricane Sally, we believe that that may stand the wind force possibly, and that. So we believe that as a safety measure, that this will be, seeking this variance, we qualify for that criteria. Okay. Criteria number 3, does the authorization of the variance, does it impair an adequate supply of light, air to adjacent property, or unreasonably increase the congestion of public streets? Now, if you look at the well-written staff report that Mr. Drain had spent some time on, and it's very well written, I can tell you that really this criteria has nothing to do with this. So we're going to eliminate that because it's irrelevant on that. But we would argue that to the extent that this honorable board believes that criteria must be satisfied by the applicant, that the granting of this request will not confer to my client any special privilege that is denied to anyone else in the neighborhood under the Land Development Code. And we do not believe that it will impair the health, safety, comfort, morals, or general welfare of inhabitants of Santa Rosa County by putting up our 6-foot fence and with the landscape buffer. Number 4 is, will the variance impair the intent of the zoning ordinance or district map? We do not believe that it will whatsoever. The reason is, you go back to 1992, there was a lot of thought that went into the existing site plan that allowed the church, my client, to move forward with their request for an 8-foot fence. Now we're saying, hey, please allow us to somewhat deviate from 1992 and go now to the present day and ask for this variance to bring that fence down to 8 with the landscape buffer. And by doing that, we believe that we are consistent with the Land Development Code and that it does not impair the intent. And finally, by asking for this variance, does it permit the reduction of parking or loading requirements whenever the character or use of the building is such as to render unnecessary to full provisions of parking or loading facilities? I would argue that that criteria is irrelevant because we're not seeking any deviation with parking facilities, and Mr. Drain had agreed with that in his well-written report. Ladies and gentlemen, this request on behalf of the church is reasonable. It is in harmony with the spirit of wanting to be a good neighbor with those folks on Hummingbird, and you'll hear some of them today that have their concerns, and we'll listen to those concerns. However, we believe that the church can move out of this code enforcement issue because of the 1992 plan, get rid of this 8-foot fence and put something in there, the 6-foot fence along with the chain link for the retention with the nice landscape buffer, and meet this criteria that we as the applicant are required to satisfy. I'm hoping that you move forward in the affirmative and allow the church to comply and to deviate from our 1992 policy. And at this time, I would like to go ahead and have Mr. Christopher come up and just say a few words on behalf of the church, if that would be okay. Thank you, Mr. Christopher.
My name is Kerry Christopher. I reside at 7400 Otter Point. I've been a resident in Santa Rosa County for over 35 years, retired from the Coast Guard, business owner for over 25 years. I've been at Midway Baptist for 20 plus years and been an elder for over 15 years. I'm appreciating Ms. Carrie Ann going through all the details there. In a simplest sense, the church is wanting to go back and correct an issue from that 1992 site plan where we were required to go over and above code. All we want to do is comply with code then, and would like to comply with code now. Code does not require an 8-foot fence. We're proposing a 6-foot barrier hedge. It's a dense hedge. We have this other plant elsewhere on the church's property. It's very aesthetically pleasing. It's very hardy. It grows very densely, so it will adequately provide that barrier. Again, it complies with existing land use code. Really, that's it, unless anybody has any questions.
I'm guessing that this is going to be a little bit more expensive than the fence.
else, it'll last a lot longer.
Well, with the experience we've had with the fence and hurricanes, and we've got this type of plant elsewhere on the church's property, and we have not had those issues. No, we haven't had those issues with the hurricanes damaging it. So that's the hope there is it stays more aesthetically pleasing longer.
Yeah, I lived in Winter Haven back in '05, and we had 4 hurricanes go over, and I lost a privacy fence 4 times, so no, 3 times, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time this evening.
Anyone else like to speak?
Mr. Chairman, staff, or members, staff, my name is Scott Kemp. I live at 5525 Hummingbird Court, Gulf Breeze, right behind the church. You've got letters from me, emails from me, a lot of information. I want to thank Carrie Ann and the church for their diligence. Unfortunately, fortunately, I represent 6 of the 7 households there. We have a lot of senior folks on our street. Myself, my wife, and neighbors beside us are here. Out of the 7 homes on the street, 6 of them are privately owned. Well, the corner house is owned by the church and used by one of their pastors. The fence issue has been, like they said, it has been a problem since I moved in 15 years ago. We have battled with the church on this. Storms happen. My fence blew down, my neighbor's fence blew down during the hurricane. We replaced ours. I had to replace my roof. He had to replace his roof. We all do. That's part of it. That's what we get for living in paradise. So to say we don't want to replace a fence because we have hurricanes doesn't meet any kind of standard. I would like to go, and I did send you all an email a letter dated October 8th that I'm just going to run through real quick. Carrie Ann did state that in 1992, the requirement was to build the 8-foot fence, to have a gate that was to be closed except during church services, which, as it's a Baptist church, which is Wednesday nights and Sundays, and put vegetation along the area between the Hummingbird Court and the property line. They had put the vegetation inside the fence after doing all this in their direction in '92, so the homeowners never received any benefit of that. The gate was open effectively 24/7, 365. It was never closed. Like I say, I've lived there about 15 years. Now, sometimes they would close, the last person out might close it late at night, but that was how it was. One of the things that I do want to draw your attention to, because we talked about the 1992 decision, and that was a decision by you, your predecessors, the zoning, or the commissioners at the time, and it was stated fact. Now, the Land Development Code might have changed, but those requirements didn't. They're still there. I want to point out that in 1993, the church with the Pastor Burnett on the letterhead stated they would agree to those 3 requirements that I went over. No question, no issue, they would agree. We had another issue that came, sir, I'm sorry. Okay. In 1998, for some reason, this was before I moved in, they came back to the boards, both wanting to do the same. And in 1992, they wanted to put the shrubbery in. In 1998, they wanted to put the shrubbery in. And both times, your predecessors and the previous commissioner said, no, you agreed. It wasn't. It might have been part of the agreement. And this all went back to there is a gate that connects in 1992 that they wanted to connect their primary parking lot to Hummingbird Court for easier access to and from for their patrons. Well, as it's open pretty much all day, all night, you can imagine people use it as a thoroughway from 98 down to Woodlawn Beach. So it was just a constant flow of traffic. So my point, folks, is that this is already a done decision. You know, at two different times in the 90s, they came and said, we want to put shrubs in. At two different times, they said no. So all we're asking for you to maintain that. I have one other thing, sir. The shrubbery they want to put in. Now, I went out to the University of West Florida's website. Now, depending on the variant of this kind of Chinese Lipopetunia, some whatever, I mean, they can grow 6 feet, but they can also grow 1 feet. Our issue is there's no irrigation down there on that property line that's zoned R1. So anything you put in the sand, and this is sand, is going to die. There's no, you know, in case they're going to, you know, drag water buckets or water hoses down there, if it's not watered regularly, it doesn't live here. I ask that you just go and deny this request. If one of the things in the county's review of this, if you go through their list, you'll notice they said, basically, this county staff has said no, that the church hasn't met the requirements. It's that simple. I don't have no problem. So we ask that you go and take this information. I know you had 84 pages there, I believe, when I looked today. So I know my time is up. I apologize, Mr. Smith. But, you know, this is important. I'm going to live there in this house till the day I die. And hopefully it'll be a long time from now. But love it. We love it. We got a great neighborhood, great community. We don't have a problem with the church. We just want a fence, a privacy fence that, you know, and I tell you what, I'm going to go and try to meet them in the middle. Instead of 8 foot, now, me speaking for myself and my neighbors can speak otherwise, if they want a 6-foot privacy fence, I, speaking for myself, would accept that. I mean, you all have seen the pictures. I sent you pictures of the gravel driveway, the dust, the noise, everything. I apologize, sir. So, you know, I'm just asking that you, again, withhold. One of the things that, when I used to have your seat up there, sir, that Commissioner Peach used to tell me all the time is, Scott, is it a convenience? It is a convenience. It's a convenience to them. So with that, I rest and ask for your questions. And we might be.
I've got a question. So what goes on at the church? Are there like big parties or, I mean, like really, like what's going on over there?
Well, there's like most churches today. I mean, they have, you know, activities most nights. I mean, that's great. My church I go to down the road, down the highway. I mean, Monday through Saturday night, there's things going on in there till 8 o'clock at night. You know, they have, you know, now here, the big thing is, I mean, we don't have a problem with the church. We just ask that they uphold their initial obligation and their agreement to it. Does that answer your question, sir? I'm sorry. Anybody else? Okay. I'll sit down. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak?
My name's Don Williams. I live at 6870 Fernandina Road, Navarre, Florida. And I'm the owner of Midway Mini Storage, which is just to the west of this property, right? And they're an excellent neighbor. We've never had any problems with them at all. They've been very cooperative. I see the variance request as a way to improve the looks of the neighborhood. It's been brought up about fences blowing down in hurricanes and such as that, and that does happen. The church is not proposing an approved land buffer under existing code. They're not asking you to change the code. As a commercial entity, Midway Mini Storage is required to maintain an 8-foot wooden privacy fence around the east and south side of the property. Wood fences only look good for a short number of years, then they detract from the property looks. Not to mention they blow down in bad storms, that was mentioned earlier, and possibly damaging the neighbor's property when they blow around. A hedge made out of attractive shrubbery would not blow down and would improve the looks of the property and the landscape of the neighborhood. My partner and I would like to see this approved.
Thank you. Yes, sir. It's okay, somebody's coming. It's okay.
Yes, my name's Jim Fetty. I live at 5519 Hummingbird Court. I live directly behind the church. I've lived there for 30 years. I was one of the original owners there. The reason why we had to put this fence up, the church had trees there when we first moved. It was vacant lots and everything. The church bought it. They bought it, and I traveled all the time, 41 weeks out of the year. I come home one day, and all the trees were cut down. The church cut them down without a permit, so that's why that variance was there. But to this day, nobody from the church has ever contacted me, asked me what they could do to help us out as a neighbor. I'm getting lights at night, dirt, traffic noise because the fence is down. We got a billboard. It flashes in my house at night. I don't need a night light to go to the bathroom at night because of the light disturbance since that fence has been down. So I think we still should have that fence in our neighborhood. Like I said, they've never reached out to any of us. I don't know who the elders are. I called the church several times to talk to the minister. He's never returned our phone calls. And that goes with Scott Kemp too, and some of the code enforcement guys. That's all I got to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to speak? Any questions from the board?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to approve. Any discussion?
So we'll go to a vote. Anna?
No.
Carrie?
Yes.
Derek?
No.
Tracy?
No.
Alan?
Yes.
Sam?
No.
The motion to approve fails on a vote.
So
Of
we
4
have
to
to have
2.
a motion that passes. So does someone want to move for approval? No.
The motion
That
to-
motion was for approval.
No, sorry, for not to approve. A motion for denial, sorry.
I make a motion to deny.
I'll second that.
Okay, so the motion to approve failed. So now we have a motion on the table to deny. A vote yes is to deny. Anna?
Yes.
Carrie?
No.
Derek?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes.
Alan?
No.
Sam?
Yes.
The motion to deny passes on a vote of 4 to 2. So the variance was denied. And for Midway, if you do want to appeal, you can contact me tomorrow or next week, and we'll walk you through that process.
All right, it's 7:08, so let's take a 10-minute break to 7:18. All right, we'll get things back going again. Thank you.
All right. The next item on our agenda, case 2021 V075. Mr. Lyle Kanaga is requesting a variance to reduce the rear setback from 25 feet to 15 feet to accommodate an addition to an existing residential structure in an R1 single-family residential zoning district. The subject site is located at 1628 Stanford Road in Gulf Breeze. The subject site is in an R1 single-family residential zoning district. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is single-family residential with single-family residential or vacant surrounding all sides. This is looking south down Stanford Drive. The site is to our left. This is looking west. The site is behind us. This is looking north up Stanford Drive. The site is to our right. And this is looking into the site from Stanford Drive. This is a view into the site, the rear of the site where the variance is proposed. The applicant is wishing to enclose that deck. And this is a survey submitted by the applicant showing the location of the accessory structure. And that's all I have.
Anyone here to speak on behalf of the project?
Yes, hello, I'm Lyle Kanaga, 1628 Stanford Road, Gulf Breeze, here with my wife Jane. We've lived at the property for a little over 10 years, bought it when it was new, and subsequently added to the deck about 5 years ago and extended it a little bit in preparation to eventually add a screen and a roof, not realizing at the time that under the current code, we're too close to the rear property line to be able to do that. However, our home sets back further than the rest of the homes in the neighborhood because before the home was built, there was a lift station directly in front of our house, which takes up about a third of our front yard. Consequently, we don't have the opportunity to use our front yard very often, particularly in the hotter months, you can imagine, with the lift station being right there. So that's the reason that we expanded the deck, is because we spend most of our outdoor time in the back of the house. Also to the rear of the house is nothing but a wetlands that, as we understand it, will not be available for building any further construction, any further homes on that site. So a screened roof addition for us would be a safety and health improvement due to the fact that because of the wetlands in the rear, we get all kinds of insects, animals, particularly poisonous snakes. I've actually gone out in the morning to find both a copperhead and a cottonmouth right on our deck, which makes it pretty dangerous for us. So if we could screen that in, we'd probably eliminate 99% of the problems that we have with those things. Have no influence, or negative or otherwise, on any of our neighbors. And again, we don't anticipate any building going on behind us, so there's really no interference with anything to our rear for quite a long ways. So we would really appreciate if we could get a variance to go ahead and have that screened roof put on the back of our house. We appreciate the opportunity to come before you and ask for that. Thank you so much. If you have any questions.
Yes, Mr. Kanaga. Is that right? Kanaga?
Kanaga.
Okay. So you had it's on sewage now, correct? And you had a lift station that was in the front before, and that's why you had a lift station in the front of your yard? That's why your house sits
That's
back
correct.
further?
That's why it's set back a little further.
Okay, I got you. That's not fair.
It was there when we bought the house, but we didn't realize, coming from a different area, what that all entailed. Anything else? Well, thanks again for giving us the opportunity. We really appreciate it. That doesn't seem to turn off when I push the mute button.
That's all right. Thank you. Does anyone else like to speak? No. I move we approve without objection. All right, motion was made to approve without objection. Motion passes.
Excuse me, this was the one that was tabled. Oh. Now on to the next item of the agenda, case 2021 CU020. The Golden family, represented by Ms. Becky Cato, is requesting a conditional use to allow recreational activities, specifically, an RV park within an Ag RR, Rural Residential Agriculture Zoning District. Subject site is located on the 6900 block of Golden Ranch Road in Milton, right off of Garcon Point Road. The subject site is in an Ag RR, Rural Residential Agriculture Zoning District. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is ag, with mostly ag surrounding, but some single-family residential there in that cove and to the north, agricultural homestead and vacant to the south, and then silviculture, single-family residential, and institution to the west. The future land use is agricultural rural residential. There are some potential wetlands on the site. Portions of this property are also in a stormwater problem area. This is looking south down Garcon Point Road. The site is to our left. This is looking west. The site is behind. This is looking north up Garcon Point Road. Site is to the right. And this is a view into the site down Golden Ranch. This is a site plan submitted by the applicant. And that's all I have.
Good evening. I'm Becky Cato from PACE, and I am pleased to be representing this request before you tonight. The property has been in the Golden family for many, many years. I think most of us are familiar with this location. They're ready to sell the property, though, and they have found a buyer who's interested in doing an RV park in that location. And you have the site plan for that in your package. I spoke with someone, one of the neighbors before the meeting, and he mentioned wanting to know a little bit about the process. So I thought I would just briefly explain that for this type of a use, conditional use. Of course, you guys know this. This is the first step, is to come before this board and receive conditional use approval, and then it goes to the Board of County Commissioners for their approval as well. And once that's approved, then The site plan is developed, a tree survey is done, a wetland survey is done, a site plan is put together, submitted to the county and to other agencies for their approvals. So all the details are taken care of then. So this is just the first step for approval for the land use part of it, which is to do an RV park in this location. As you saw on the site plan, there's an awful lot of green shown on there. The intent is to have RVs with very passive recreation. This won't be really intensive type of recreation as you've seen in other large parks. This is taking advantage of this just beautiful natural area. There'll be a lot of trails and that kind of thing incorporated into the design. And in the staff analysis, it confirms that we meet the criteria for conditional use. The only thing that where the staff indicated that we did not meet the criteria was for fences, and I have to apologize for that. I honestly didn't think about including those. We were thinking more of the uses on the site and not that level of detail for the conceptual. But of course, I will tell you, it will have whatever fencing is necessary for it to be a secure RV park. And of course, it would meet all of the county requirements. So indeed, we would actually meet that condition as well. With regard to traffic, the access is going to be onto Garcon Point Road. That's where all of the RV customer access will be. The property has an access onto Robinson Point Road, but that's not something that will be utilized as part of the RV park. Those, the users of the RV park will not be accessing down to Robinson Point Road, so we won't be affecting traffic on that roadway. And for the Garcon Point roadway traffic analysis, the staff analysis indicates that for traffic, the use that we're requesting is actually has the potential to have much less traffic onto Garcon Point Road than would be allowed with just the current zoning. If the property was just sold to somebody who put a subdivision in there under the current zoning, the traffic would be considerably more than what you would get with an RV park. And I'll just mention as well that, of course, you know, you're seeing more requests for RV parks than have been the case in, you know, 10, 15 years ago, but that's because you're seeing much more of a demand and an interest in people using RVs for their recreation. Of course, COVID's just expanded upon that. Far fewer people looking to stay in hotels. And for Santa Rosa County, in this location in particular, it's a good location close to I-10, good access for people who are traveling to our county from other parts of the country, and it really is supports the county's beaches to woodlands tourism theme, where those visitors can take advantage of the natural areas and all of the, you know, the small town that we have to offer. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
How many units would be allowed in, like maximum?
The maximum would be 354, and I know it sounds like a lot. The property is almost 72 acres, and now, the Land Development Code doesn't have a maximum density allowed for RVs. The Health Department is who permits that part of it. Their maximum density for RV parks is 10 units an acre. That's the guide they have. This only works out to 5, so 5 RV pads per acre of land. And as you saw on the site plan, they're clustered onto you know, one area of the park so that we leave the big areas open for the natural experience and to protect as much of the natural area as we can.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak for or against the project?
Good evening, sirs and ladies. I'd like to thank you for having me here. My name's Joseph Hale. I live at 7240 Bayshore Drive in Waterview Estates. Our homeowners association owns some community property at the mouth of Jake's Bayou, a couple hundred yards downriver, downstream from the proposed construction site. And I've been asked to speak tonight on behalf of our homeowners association president, Mr. Ken McCorkle, who apologized he could not be here tonight. And also, some of my neighbors would like to speak, and they've asked me to speak first so they will not duplicate anything I have to say. And I'd like to thank Ms. Cato for introducing herself earlier, and I'd certainly like to speak with her afterwards. I have some questions about this project. Briefly, I'm retired from the military. I was a sergeant in the United States Air Force. I worked for the National Security Agency as a Russian linguist and intelligence operative. I'm retired. I was first assigned to Eglin Air Force Base in the 1980s. I love the area. It's beautiful, and I decided to retire here and live the rest of my life. I feel a duty to be a steward to the environment, especially for the area in which I live, and it is a very fragile ecological area. Jake's Bayou is a very shallow stretch of water. I own a 20-foot, small 20-foot ski boat with an inboard-outboard motor. Our homeowners association has a small boat dock right at the mouth of Jake's Bayou. When it's low tide, I cannot get my boat in and out of that area without digging up a lot of mud and going through some seagrass. So I'm distressed when I read the proposal that 400 yards upstream, they've applied for a commercial boat dock, a boat ramp, various boat anchorage in areas where you could only get a small fishing boat that far up the bayou. So unless they're going to be dredging for deeper, bigger boats, I'm not sure how any of those recreational activities listed in Part 5, Section 703, Part V on the request would even be submitted without the appropriate studies done into I don't see how you could get any boats up that bayou. But I would quickly like to mention I read through the conditional use request for this property. In Part 1, Section 5.07.02, General Provisions Regulating Conditional Uses, Section E, clearly states there will be no adverse effects on water, sewage, and drainage of the surrounding areas. I've been led to, I've learned that on October 28th, the County Commission will be voting on whether or not to approve these provisions, and I am perplexed how any vote could be held to approve the request before any studies have been conducted, not to mention some of the other recreational activities. I'm not sure if Mr. Drain is able to read, but further down on Section 5.07.03, it clearly lists on Section 5 the recreational activities that were specifically requested. Yes, sir.
But your time was up, but I was going to answer after you finished that. I was going to let you finish that one thought.
Yes, sir. Well, that's that. I can wrap it up. I was shocked to read some of the recreational activities that were listed on the request, and like a gun range. If they're going to put a gun range in my residential area, then I know you're going to have a lot of people very upset. So
okay. Yes, sir. So to answer, The environmental studies, environmental things of that nature can't be conducted until well, first the zoning board, we only make a recommendation, so we can say yes or no, but it then goes to the commission no matter what. Even if we 100% say no, the commission still has the final say.
Right.
But the environmental impact studies, those kind of requirements, those aren't part of the variance that's applied for. So it's like asking, can we put a 42-inch TV in the bedroom? Will you let your kid? Sure you can. I'm fine with you doing that. But then you find out the 42 doesn't fit. That's more technical things, or you don't have a power outlet, or you can't get cable to that room. So for us here, it's just to say yes or no, we agree with the variance, and then the environmental regulations come in, and then they have to meet those things to proceed with the project. But they can't submit a request without approval for the project.
I see. So when the actual council votes on October the 28th, when they vote to either approve or deny this request for conditional use, my primary concern was does that relieve the family from it also? From how I read the conditional use request, it seemed like it waived any state requirements saying, you know, we
No.
certify that
No, the state
the
has-
conditions have been met.
The request is to allow it to move forward.
I see.
So they can spend $10,000 trying to get it to move forward, get everything approved from us, and then the state says no.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for your time, and I would just like to ask for all my neighbors to show up on the October 28th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, staff, I am Ken Worthylake, 7100 Bayshore Drive, just east and west, or just east and south, rather, from the Golden property. Good evening. One of the other neighbors is going to address traffic. One of our points was there is an access onto Robinson Point Road. We're told it will not be used. We'll take that word for it, but it is there. And we noticed that the staff summary just addressed traffic on Garcon Point Road. And to that point, Garcon Point Road, 2 lanes, we had 2 hours notice to evacuate from the 5-mile swamp fire. We had 2 days less than we normally did to evacuate from Sally, and we've got 100, 200, 300 RVs coming up that 2-lane road. It's a concern for me. And I'm not asking you to deny. I just don't think this project's ready for approval yet until some other things have been studied and looked at. For instance, with that density of people, are we going to need extra sheriff's deputies? Can Baghdad Fire Department handle the increased load? How about EMS? Do we need more county infrastructure to support this? To Mr. Hale's point on the boat traffic, if we drop a number of boats in at the RV park, which I would consider reasonable, Jake's Bayou's channel would need to be marked, and we'd need to have marine-based law enforcement watching these boats coming in and out of Blackwater Bay. As you say, the environmental impact is in the future, but right now we need to consider sewage for 300 units or 200 units or however many units you've got. Stormwater runoff into the lake that goes through my backyard and most of our backyards, stormwater runoff and wetlands mitigation into Jake's Bayou. We're not sure of the number of pads. One of the site maps that I have seen has up to 500 on it. I may have miscounted. If I go above 10, I got to take my shoes off. But how big is this park going to be? And just to land use and development in the county, and this was brought up when another RV park was brought up in the same general area. The staff summary is, yes, it's a viable use of the land to bring in tourists and so forth. How many RV pads do we need on the I-10 corridor? We've got a park at Avalon. This will be the second park. On Garcon Point, you have 2 accessed from Ward Basin, and you've got 2 huge parks at Highway 87. One of them is brand new. So our 4 exits along I-10 have got several hundred RV slots on them. So what I'm suggesting is that we need to ask the county, maybe ask other county agencies, what is the impact of this really going to be before I get caught trying to evacuate out of a fire or a hurricane and I'm sharing the road with 100, 200 RVs. Subject to your questions, sir, that's what I've got.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's not us, it's you.
We'll blame Cameron.
Hello, my name is Jeff Caudill. I live at 7200 Bayshore Drive. I'm one of the neighbors of the 2 gentlemen that have just spoken. But I want to give you a little bit of different perspective because unlike pretty much, I think almost everybody who's spoken here tonight, my family, I just moved into the area. We just retired out of the military from Hawaii and we chose here because this really is a beautiful place. And my only value to this conversation is really to just try and maybe remind the board and of course everybody here, just what a unique and beautiful place that y'all have done a great job managing up to this point that allow folks like me to come in and just truly enjoy the beautiful nature and the quiet neighborhood and just an area that is just tremendous. I've got 4 small kids that I am hoping that they're going to be able to, take our small little boats. They're not motor powered, they're just little kayaks, and go up and down that bayou. And yet when I hear and see the proposed RV park, I mean, it sounds cool, but I can't help think from a father's perspective, is that going to be realistic for me to let my kids, when they're sort of their early teens, just go on their own when I don't know what's going on in that area? So I don't have statistics. I don't have research on environmental effects. I think it's common sense. There's going to be, some pretty heavy investment. But I just want to sort of present sort of a fresh perspective on just how wonderful this area of the country is. And just maybe think about what are the second and third order effects that this kind of development might have to our neighborhood. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Beck. I live on Robinson Point Road. I'm here on behalf of some of my other neighbors who can't be here either. We were here back in March with the other RV park that was proposed a little ways up on Robinson Point Road, which was denied. That one was much smaller and just not as much of a problem at all compared to something that could have 200 or 350, or if you use the numbers that the lady put up there, even 700 if it's 7 per acre, 10 per acre, or whatever. This could have a significant impact on all of us on Robinson Point Road. One of the big issues that was talked about the last time was potential crime. Nobody's talked about that at all. In fact, one of the ladies that got up back in March and was arguing in favor of the RV park said her daughter was in the Pelican RV park close to I-10, and she said that's rampant with crime. She needs to go somewhere else. I don't think that if you have an RV park like that in this neighborhood, you're going to be able to keep crime out. That's a major concern. They're saying, well, we're not going to use the Robinson Point Road. Well, they're going to have an access road going right onto Robinson Point. And if you have people in the RV park who happen to be looking for some place to pick up some easy money or whatever, they're going to drive down Robinson Point Road. So I think that's an issue that is of concern. Property values are not going to be happy with an RV park abutting up against Robinson Point Road. So I would also suggest that there's been no community outreach in terms of the community being able to know what this proposed RV park is. The papers weren't put up for access until a few days ago. So there's been no effort to reach out to the community to explain what this is. We don't know who the buyer is. It just makes everybody uncomfortable, and we think the board should deny. Everybody else who's been speaking says, well, I'm not asking you to deny. Well, I'm asking you to deny. The first step here is to deny them here, and then they can go make their arguments to the Board of Commissioners. So I would urge the board to deny it. And the last thing I would say is, if you let one RV park in like this, then the door's open. I mean, the next guy can come in and say, well, there's one over there, so you don't have any little special community here. You've already been contaminated with an RV park, so what the heck? Let's have a couple more in there. So I don't think the community wants that at all. And we would urge the board to not approve the zoning variance request. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kimberly Steele, 3200 Robinson Point Road. There were three categories that I want to talk about tonight, category B, C, and E. B is that the proposed use will not unduly affect other properties. You've heard from all the neighbors that want to raise their hands that are opposing against this tonight, and I'm sure there would be lots more here, again, if you would have publicized what's going on here very quickly on your website and other things. All the people that I drove around to also notify this had no clue what was actually going on here tonight. A lot of the opposition I really feel in regards to category B is, do we really need the saturation of another RV park in this area? I say no. She indicated no, that there is evidence that this is needed. There is no evidence. They have not presented a proposal to show that there is evidence that an RV park is needed in this area. Category C is proposed use will not have an adverse effect on existing traffic patterns. We've already said it will. I definitely want to know if this is considered that the Robinson Point entrance is cut off, so that they cannot access that area if that does go through. Category E is there will be no adverse effect on water, sewage, or drainage. Well, you're wanting all these other things to occur, but if you look at currently page 15 of the document, it even says there's problematic stormwater area for this development. If you look at the FEMA map, they say that there's lakes on this property. It's not lakes, it's actually impounded creeks that discharge into the Yellow River. There's three agencies that are trying to protect the Yellow River: Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Waste Management Department, and FWS. Jake's Bayou is an essential area. It's a watershed that needs to be protected. I know you're going to wait and say we need to pass this on for the environmental issues that needs to occur, but you even need to, there's so many agencies that are going to need to be consulted. National Wetlands, because there is wetlands in this area. It's been identified. There's definitely wetlands. Environmental impact statements, environmental assessments. There's listed species on this land. I have a document that went around to everybody that shows the plot of the land. There are environmentally endangered species. So if they take these species, they can be fined and or sued. So anyway, there's lots of North and South Garson Point water protected areas. Jake's Bayou needs to be protected just as much as the other areas in Garson Point area. So my final summation is the regulations are clear. The burden of proof is on the developers to prove the lack of impact on the environment, not on this zoning department, not on the county commissioners. because it's a shame if this gets passed for numerous reasons, but definitely category B, C, and E. Thank you.
I appreciate the things the neighbors have brought up because those are all things that we've discussed as well. The environment in that area is beautiful and it's special, and the developer of the RV park has no desire to hamper the very feature that their customers are going to come to see. In addition to the fact that, as we've talked about before, those are all things that are looked at very carefully during the site plan and permitting process. And Garcon Point area is looked at even more closely than other areas of the county just because of the nature of the area. So we care as much about those resources as they do. With regard to recreation, I understand what they're saying about it being a little bit confusing, where just the format of the staff analysis lists what the criteria are. We're not applying to do all of those recreation activities. Those are, that's just, it's more general. There's not going to be a rifle range, that kind of thing. As I mentioned, we're looking at very passive activities there. I think what Mr. Hale said initially is important about Jack's Bayou. It's very shallow. So I think the nature of that will, of course, limit the amount of activity there naturally. And then just with regard to the demand for RV parks, the county historically allows the private sector to determine what uses are, how many restaurants the county can support, how many car lots we need, that kind of thing. The county typically doesn't say, no, we already have 10 restaurants in this area, we can't approve any more. That's just part of the private sector's role. And of course, a good number of people right now, and rightly so, believe that RV parks are a good use for a number of properties in our county, this one included. This one will be different than the one down the road. It will be, more passive in nature, and we think it would be a nice addition to that area, the intersection of Garcon Point Road with the interstate that's already begun to develop commercially. And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Cato. Does anyone else have any questions from the board?
Sir, we have 30 seconds to reply to Ms. Cato's.
Yes, sir. Now, we haven't noted that you're concerned about traffic, the environment, Robinson Point Road, the sewer, wildlife.
Ms. Cato referenced the potential buyers for the property. Can she tell us their names?
Yeah, Dana Hornick is the person who's going to purchase and develop. Yes, sir.
And you have said that there will be no access through Robinson Point Road. Can you commit to closing that access road?
I'm glad you brought that up. I did mean to clarify that. I think it would be unwise to completely close it off just for safety reasons. Having an extra safety reasons for, and the folks here have mentioned from time to time, we all have to, every now and then we're kind of glad we have more than one exit out of any place that we are. So that's going to be closed off from daily use. It's going to be closed off from use by the RVs and that kind of thing.
There to monitor that?
There's likely going to be a gate there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Does anybody have a motion at this point?
Hey, good evening. Robert Preston, 3125 Robinson Point Road. I oppose this I am, however, not concerned about the Robinson Point Road access. As a person who is was interested in purchasing this property, that road there is a man-made dam with a bridge that's failing. The dam is failing as well. I'm also an RVer. There's no way I'd ever drive my RV across that dam. It's relatively unsafe. In conjunction with that, those lakes were man-made, I think about 70 years ago by the Golden family. Those obviously would not be allowed to be made now with the Corps of Engineers. The watershed then goes all the way up Robinson Point Road, then back on our property as well. I also have a commercial property on Garson Point Road that I have to deal with a lot of flooding and drainage as well, and that that watershed does go into their lake. So I would love to see, both dams are failing. So there's two dams, there's one that's concrete and there's one that's dirt. They're both failing. The lakes are eventually draining. I think that would be much more helpful to the area, letting that watershed out. So that's my point.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to deny without objection.
Is there a second?
No, I've got no problem with seconding that.
The motion's been made to deny.
I second that.
Yep. So we'll take a vote.
Can you cut your mics off? Oh, thank you. Carrie, you seconded, right? Yeah. So the motion has been made and properly second to deny. A vote yes is to deny. So, Anna?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Sam?
Yes.
So the recommendation to deny passes with a vote 6-0. But as the gentleman stated, it is a recommendation. In 2 weeks, it still goes to the Board of County Commissioners for the final approval or denial.
And just for reference, whereas this board meeting right now is currently at 8:15 in the evening, the board meets at 6 p.m. They run their vote a little bit differently. So if you're not here at 6 and there's no objection in the audience, they may move it forward and continue on. So I recommend you be here at 6.
Next item on the agenda, case 2021 CU-021 is a conditional use request by Mr. Portacover to allow single-family development within an HCD, Highway Commercial Development zoning district. The site is located on the 9400 block of Highway 87 South. The subject site is in an HCD, Highway Commercial Development zoning district. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding areas. This is a close-up area of the subject site. The existing land use is vacant, with vacant to the north, east, and south, and some single-family residential and vacant to the west. The future land use is commercial. There have been some zoning board cases in the surrounding area, and this property as well. This is looking north up Highway 87 South. The site is to our left. This is looking east. The site is behind. This is looking south down Highway 87 South. The site is to our right. And this is looking into the site from Highway 87 South. This is a general site plan submitted by the applicant of both parcels. There will be 2 homes on each, well, 1 on each parcel, which will be a total of 2 homes. But this is the proposed layout, and that's all I have.
My name is Porter Culver, live at 5010 Culver Drive. And as he said, this is just something for us to build my personal residential home on this highway. And as you know, there are other homes on 87 just down the street, quite a few actually, and in hopes of the lot next to me that we required purchase of recently to hopefully financially can build my son's home on that lot in the near future. And that's pretty much it. Just not much land around to buy, so we own these and they're already paid for, so we're looking to hopefully build a house on them. Unless you have any questions.
Does the board have any questions?
Looks pretty clear cut to me.
Okay. Is there anybody like to speak against this? Please come to the mic, state your name and your address.
My name is M.L. Goel, live at 427 Mayberry Street in Cantonment, Florida. I've been the resident in this area for 30 plus years. I stand reluctantly to oppose this proposal for 2 or 3 different reasons. One, the traffic is very heavy on Highway 87 going to the interstate. It's going to only get worse as the years go by because there are new subdivisions that are coming up. And putting a residence or a couple of residents is going to be unsafe. People are just zipping through on Highway 87. And I don't know if the state or the county is going to require them to have an access lane to their property. I don't know if they will or they will not. So traffic is one issue. Number 2 is that I own property adjoining Mr. Culver to the north of it. Now, in the past years, they usually require a buffer between a commercial property, which mine is, like his is, and a residential property. The extent of the buffer is like 20 to 30 feet, which I would have to set aside. So my lot to the north of the proposed property, the value of that would be decreased tremendously if I could sell that or develop that at all, because from 95 foot frontage lot that I have, it will be only 70 or 75 feet. And number 3, he had his own reasons. People usually want to move from residential zoning to commercial zoning. I mean, why would he propose to go in the other direction? Because commercial property is a lot more valuable, and Highway 87 is going to be developing in the next few years. So I think, to me, it doesn't make any sense. You know, it's a losing proposition, and why he is choosing to do that is beyond me. In the neighborhood, like on Bentry Road, you know, if he wants to be located in that general area, there are residential lots available, and he could acquire those, and I could help him find 1 or 2 at a much cheaper price than this very expensive commercial lot, which they presently own. So also, the last point I want to make is the sewer. There is sewer available on Highway 87, but presently it is at capacity. You cannot hook up to the sewer. But in a couple of years, from what I have been learning, that sewer will become available, and the time for Highway 87 in that particular area becoming highly successful as a commercial venture is very, very likely in the next couple of years. So reluctantly, I oppose this for the reasons that I have stated. I don't think it's a wise move. Thank you very much.
So, excuse me, sir? Sure. If there was, the buffer requirement was, would there be one if it changed residential and then he decided to build on his commercial?
No, sir, because that would be after the fact. We wouldn't require you to place those landscaping buffers in there. Because right now this property is zoned commercial. We typically do look at the use of the property in addition to the zoning, but because this is an after the fact request. But I guess a concern that we certainly have is here we are looking at single family residential. By going to a residential lots, understand that the applicant will probably be back in front of you requesting variances here in a few months because of those setbacks. On State Road 87, he's looking at a 50-foot setback, front setback, in addition to a 25-foot rear setback. So those are some things that would certainly have to be in consideration at a later date and time.
He kind of answered the question for me, so.
And I've got a question for you, Sean, if you don't mind. Are we setting up a situation here, and I'm not against, building homes there or whatever, but are we setting up a situation here where we get some houses there, and then a commercial guy wants to do something next door, and then the residential guy's in there complaining about the new industry going in next door to his house, when it's obvious that along major routes, you always go from commercial, and then you go out from commercial to higher density residential, and then work back to ag. So we're setting up a situation where, it's not like this house is going to be gone in 10 years, to where in 30 or, so years, the house is still there, and then there's complaints as to who may be the owner then. It may not even be the same people. So just wanted to point that out. Is that would be the scenario, right? Because then you'd have a situation where you've got an industry trying to go in next door, commercial going in next door, and a resident complaining about it.
Yes, sir. I think you could certainly have that. We have that same situation with other HCD properties and industrially zoned properties where, the residential is there and then the industrial comes in not realizing that it is zoned industrial or commercial. So I think it is a buyer beware situation in that case.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Just want to talk about the traffic. Obviously, living in residential wouldn't have near the traffic as if I were to open a restaurant with hundreds of cars, so the traffic wouldn't have been an issue. And as far as he is right, the capacity on sewage is full, but fortunately for me, I've already got a tap on that lot and it's paid. So I've got tap. Now, my son's house in the future, if I build a house on that, we would be on septic. Done talk to the county about all that. So I just want to address those two concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Well, you're going to make a motion? Hold on. It's a matter of staying consistent. I think we had one last month where we had one going into a ag area and we were putting a R1 in there, and when it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. I understand the part where we're sitting here and we're looking for land to build a house, but at the same time, when we have this commercial sitting there, it's the highest and best use for the property. So I think we're working backwards if we're starting to do conditional use, especially on that section of 87, where we know what's gonna happen in that area. It's inevitable. the progress that's going to happen in that spot. So if we have houses kind of poking up there, we may be causing problems in the future. I mean, it's something that we need to think about, because we start spotting like that, we got issues, and that is an expensive little piece of property. I mean, in reality. So something we need to consider there, because that could be causing problems in the future, but of course we got wisdom beyond us.
There's currently a motion to approve. Is there a second?
You said there was a motion?
Yes, Sam made a motion to approve. I'll go ahead and second it for him.
So the motion has been made to approve and properly seconded, so we'll take it to a vote. Anna?
No.
Carrie?
No.
Derek?
Yes.
Tracy?
No.
Alan?
No.
Sam?
Yes.
The motion to approve fails on the vote to 2-4. Do we have another motion?
I make a motion to deny.
Second.
So now the motion on the floor is to deny. A vote yes is to recommend denial. Anna?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Derek?
No.
Tracy?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Sam?
No.
The motion to deny passes on a vote of 4-2. But again, Mr. Culver, this is a recommendation, so in 2 weeks, we'll see you back here at 6 o'clock with the Board of County Commissioners. Next item on the agenda, case 2021-CU022 is a conditional use request to allow limited manufacturing and assembly, specifically a powder coating business within an HCD, Highway Commercial Development zoning district. Subject site is located at 8247 East Bay Boulevard in Navarre. The subject site is in an HCD, Highway Commercial Development zoning district. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is commercial with single-family residential to the north, commercial to the east, and vacant to the immediate south and west. But there is some single-family residential scattered through there. The future land use is commercial. There have been some zoning board cases in the surrounding area to the north there. This image is looking west down East Bay Boulevard. The site is to our left. This is looking north. The site is behind us. This is looking east down East Bay Boulevard. The site is to the right. And this is a view into the site from East Bay Boulevard. This is a site survey submitted by the applicant showing the existing structure. And that's all I have.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hi, guys. I am Colin Serrano, Sean Serrano's brother. He's not able to be here due to being in Africa working on aircraft. We're just trying to open up powder coating business in our commercial property, and I think it'd be great for the area and great for us. So there's not a lot to it. I mean, we're trying to abide by everything possible, the latest and greatest equipment. Our spray booth is, there's no harm in anything that we're doing. And we just want to be able to do a commercial business on a property. That's it. If you guys have any questions, or I don't know what else I can address.
So formerly, there was a business there called Absolute Sandblasting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. So there has been commercial use there.
Yes. Yep. And there's welders next door, and there's cement complex a little ways down the street. It's kind of the commercial area. So, yeah. That's it.
As far as your operation hours, I've got friends that own powder coating businesses down in South Florida, so I know how noisy it can get. So are you going to be operating at night, or are you just operating during the day?
9 to 5.
Okay.
We want to rest and have weekends and sleep after work. And
Yeah, because I know you
normal
normally
people
need
stuff.
industrial for that, so if because that's
And
my only
even as
question.
far as the noise go, like I'd say the air compressor would be the loudest, but it's no different than any air compressor I have at my house right now. So that's kind of how I look at it for noise. Anyways, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? I move to approve without objection. Hearing none, the motion passes.
Now, Mr. Serrano, that is a recommendation, so in 2 weeks, we still would need you before the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you guys so much.
I think we'll let everyone have like a quick 10-minute break till 8:34.
Speak.
I'm fine with starting if you.
All right, next item on the agenda, case 2021 R047. Sessions Holdings LLC, Mr. Greg Sessions, is requesting to rezone 2.11 acres from rural residential agriculture to highway commercial development and amend the future land use from agriculture rural residential to commercial. The subject site is located on the 7300 block of Chumuckla Highway in Pace. The subject site is in an Ag RR, Rural Residential Agriculture zoning district. The proposed zoning is HCD, Highway Commercial Development. This is an area of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up area of the subject site. The existing land use is silviculture with single-family residential and vacant to the north, east, and partial south, and ag, industrial, and public-owned property to the west. The future land use is agricultural rural residential. The proposed future land use is commercial. This site is just within our military airport zone. This is looking north up Willard Norris Road to the intersection at Chumuckla Highway. Site is to the left. This is looking east. The site is behind. This is looking south down Willard Norris. The site is to the right. And this is a view into the site from Willard Norris. This is looking north up Step Lane. The site is to our left. This is looking south down Step Lane. The site is to our right. This is looking south down Chumuckla Highway. The site is to the left. This is looking west. The site is behind. This is looking north up Chumuckla Highway. Site is to our right. And this is a view in the site from Chumuckla Highway. This is a site plan submitted by the applicant. And that's all I have.
Good evening. Dr. Kimberly Sessions Brown, Milton, Florida. I'm here representing Sessions Holdings, which are my brothers, Ken and Greg Sessions. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and I appreciate the good overview that Mr. Drain has provided. As you could see, this piece of property is on a major intersection of Willard Norris and Chumuckla Highway. It's shaped like a triangle right in the middle of these roads. And our family has actually owned this property for 48 years. So it has passed through several generations all the way down to us. And, you know, we have watched the growth of Santa Rosa County for a long time, 5 generations that we have been a part. And we have tried to be really great citizens of this county, and we've tried to find opportunities to give back where we can. For instance, our family gave the property for Pace Volunteer Fire Department on Pace Patriot Boulevard, as well as the Pace Library, when we saw that need. I personally use the library all the time. I don't know if you all do, and I hope none of us have to use the fire department, right? But they're there if we need them. Well, we think this is the right time for development of this property. As Mr. Smith noted earlier in the evening, there's so much growth that's going on to the north of the county. Everyone is familiar, of course, with Buffalo Ridge. I've been here at the commission meeting most recently and heard about the Jubilee possible development, and I was actually surprised to hear that it could be up to 8,000 homes going in that area. Of course, Wallace Lake is nearby. We know that there are 2 new schools going into the area. We have many opportunities for growth. Now, I read over the staff analysis and noted, traffic. And you think about a convenience store, which is what we would like to put on this property. It's not really a destination point. It's not going to necessarily increase traffic, but it's an infrastructure improvement for all of the people that live and work in that area and each day may travel down Chumuckla or Willard Norris on their way to work. This would be a great opportunity to take some pressure off of 5 Points. If you travel 5 Points, well, it's almost ridiculous trying to get across there sometimes. So this would be able to take some of the pressure off of that by offering this great service to the people that are passing by. We also, you mentioned, Mr. Drain, the soccer complex that's located there that's owned by the county, and this would be a great service to all of those that are traveling there during the week and on the weekends as well. Now, we also recognize that, anyone that might live in the area might be concerned about safety. And so I want to point out that we are not a 24-hour operation. We simply are not. We have been in this business, our family, for more than 20 years here in this county, and we have never been a 24-hour facility, and we will not be here as well if this is approved. We recognize that this is near the Whitingfield Fly Zone, and I think there is a representative here tonight. If you wish to call on him to speak to that, I believe he is in the audience. I will note, too, that the staff analysis says that this is the most compatible use for this property. And I think that's because if you look at it, it's just 2.11 acres, and it's like a triangle in the middle of a major intersection. And so you couldn't do residential in the middle of 2 major highways. That would really never make sense. So again, in closing, we would like to request this rezoning for highway commercial from Ag RR, and as Mr. Drain pointed out, the FLUME, the future land use map, already is consistent with highway commercial. And so that just speaks to the fact that the county recognizes that there is growth in the north end, and this would be a great infrastructure improvement for all those that are passing by each day. So we appreciate your consideration, and my brothers and I will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak?
Good evening. My name is Greg Newchurch. I live at 3400 Willard Norris Road. I've lived there since 1995. Several of the photos you saw were my property. It's just across the street from where they want to do this. I'm not going to go into a lot of details that some of these other people have done. I know this is only a recommendation board. I would like to respectfully request that you deny this, primarily due to the traffic issues and the safety. We've known several accidents, some of them near fatal, on that corner. Bringing this story in is going to create more of an issue without traffic controls in this area. I know that as Ms. Brown said, that they've owned this property for a number of years. It's been in their family. In fact, a part of that property we did acquire at some point in time early in our ownership of that property from her grandfather due to the substation that's located across the street, which I think is what it was zoned the industrial area. But I'd like to say I represent a large number of people, but we don't have a large number of people on there, and I would like to say that they would be here to support it, but they're not. I'm the only one here. And again, I would like for you to respectfully deny that. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I do have a question. If the staff can pull up the aerial that shows where the proposed site is. It's in between Shamuckla Highway and Wheeler Norris, and I'm extremely familiar with this area. I live there. And I'm agreeing with the gas station, but my only concern is that is a growing area. With Jubilee going in and Buffalo Ridge up the road, those roads need to be four-laned. When you four-lane Wheeler Norris and Shamuckla Highway, it eats that property up.
That was one of the questions I had with
then what?
Mr. Ward.
We have to eminent domain and buy the gas station?
So for the board's reference, I had a previous conversation with another board member on this as well. Right now, you know, my former job was the county's transportation planner. I can certainly tell you that, yes, there will be a time and a need to widen Wheeler Norris and also Shamuckla Highway. However, as it currently stands right now, there are no plans in the works to widen Shamuckla Highway or Wheeler Norris. There are no funding sources for Shamuckla Highway and Wheeler Norris. It's not programmed in any form. So many years ago, the county was working on a rezoning in the 5 Points area where the current gas station is for the Circle K. The county was looking at a realignment of 5 Points with Shamuckla Highway, Quintet, and Woodbine. So at that point in time, yes, we'd already had plans. Everything was already in the works for that. And the Board of County Commissioners did deny a rezoning to commercial for that property because it was at that time programmed for the county to buy it. You're right, you're correct, because of the right of way. However, working with FDOT on many road widening projects, a lot of times we'll see it. So for us to say that the right-of-way may come from this property, we don't know. We haven't seen the design plans. It may come from the other side of the street. And, you know, so it really is based on the alignment of that, you know. So I'm just providing that for your reference. You can certainly, you know, take it and process it.
Yeah, but this is on Wheeler Norris and Shamuckla Highway. It has to come from there. And there's no plans right now, but I'm seeing a conceptual plan for Jubilee with 8,000 homes. It'll be there before you know it. There will be, that it will have to. You know?
But I'd like to point out, though, I understand what you're saying, but you've got a rear access point on this property also that I would think that you get some road widening on the backside and have, you know, access point to the, you don't want to ruin the value of the property that's there because what other options would they have? Like you said, you're not going to build residences there. I mean, so it's going to be commercial one day for some sort of facility of some type. So, you know, it's very unique because you have the road in the back. So.
I agree completely. It's not like you're going to put cattle there or going to plant cotton or soybeans.
I'm with Sam on that. I've got a concern with the turn lanes. So is the county going to be stuck with the turn lanes? That's, you know, either way they go with this, and it is in that spot to where that is highest and best use for it. I mean, somebody's going to put something in there. There's going to be a Dollar General in every corner anyway, but I digress. The turn lane is what's really the biggest factor here because we don't want the county to be stuck with that bill. So we might want to consider putting those conditions in there, and we are allowed at that point. You did say we are able to, right, Mr. Ward?
Yes, sir. So as a portion of the pre-application meeting, it references in your packet there, it does reference the turn lanes. And the turn lanes as a requirement are based on the number of vehicles that travel to and from that location specifically for that use. But that is certainly a discretion of this board if you decide that you want to place a condition on it.
I think we should, I'm fine with if we place that condition on it.
If I understand correctly, when they go through the application process, whoever decides to build something there, don't they have to meet all those regulations anyways for turn lanes and stuff? And maybe there's some people at the planning board that says, well, maybe the turn lane doesn't come off of Chumuckla Highway, it comes off of this other back road or some widening there, or the turn lane into that back road coming from, north to south or whatever. So I think that's already covered, but I'm not sure.
So yes, sir, it is certainly covered as a part of the land development code. I can tell you there has been some frustration from the commissioners working with Dollar General. We have a Dollar General located on Berry Hill near the 5 Points intersection that does not have a turn lane. The next individual who comes in will have to put that turn lane. Dollar General knows exactly how many trips that their business produces, so they do not have to comply with the turn lane. So those are certainly some of the conditions of that. So that's just something to think about. Now if this board decides that you want to place a condition that a turn lane is required, that is certainly at your discretion.
I'll make a motion to approve with conditions of a turn lane.
Yeah, we're looking at the turn lane being supplied by the applicant, correct? Is that what we're?
Yes.
So just to make sure I understand, if we put a condition for a turn lane right now, and then in 5 years they widen Chumuckla Highway, then there's going to have to be an additional turn lane added to the right side or left side of that, because depending on which way, like you said, you're not sure where the full right-of-way is going to come from. More may come from the east or more may come from the west. I guess I don't really understand that condition.
And I guess for clarification, so, reading back at the pre-application notes here, you're looking at a left turn lane requires 40 peak trips and a right turn lane requires 50 peak trips. So it's basically, you have two intersections there that you could have north and south or, left and right turn lane. So when this board specifies turn lane, make sure we specify whether or not where you want that turn lane and what that requirement is. So, I think it is outlined as a part of our land development code. I can tell you, I don't like planning on the fly sitting up here as your board liaison. We let the engineers design that. They have indicated that it's going to be a gas station, but as of right now, it's not a gas station. It's, we don't have official plans submitted to Santa Rosa County for a gas station. So,
because I'm looking at that being a 55-mile-an-hour zone, so you've got to have something for when you're going southbound on Chumuckla to turn in. So you're going to be going across traffic. If you're stopping to turn left, it's already bad enough when they're stopping to turn left onto Willard Norris. No, there's a turn lane there, right? There is a turn lane to turn onto Willard Norris. I go there all the time, and I can't remember.
And board members, just another item. The land development code change, the text amendment that we talked about earlier, was also indicated with the consent of the applicant. So we just need to make sure that, we're having this sidebar conversation here. We have not discussed that with the applicant. And of course, the applicant hasn't had any discussions on whether or not the cost of those turn lanes as such. So, it is up to this board, though.
But just like whatever we vote on, the condition doesn't necessarily matter when it goes before the commissioners.
Well, it gives them something to consider. That's why we're here. So I would say that we require adequate turn lanes for each direction. Without us being the traffic engineers, we're just covering the county's tail, that we're not going to be laying it onto the taxpayer to take care of turn lanes into a private business. Because I know this, just for that little Tom Thumb that's right there on Bell Lane. I mean, how many wrecks do we see right there because of that convenience store? I see them all the time.
Carrie, are you saying that at all 3 access points?
Yeah, you need them. Well, on the back end, not so much. You're not going to be cooking it up to 55 getting back there. I mean, that's just a little cut through. You're going from stop sign to stop sign. But when you're on Willard Norris, or if you're coming off of Chumuckla onto Willard Norris to turn right into the store to go into the gas pumps, you'd want some kind of turn lane access for them to get off of the road instead of holding traffic up to turn right in there.
Well, you're going to need that anyway for a tanker to get in there.
Yeah, let's make sure that we're not throwing this onto the county is what I'm saying. We're making sure that this is going on to the private company that's requesting this. So just, we have to request that to the applicant, correct? So that's where we're at.
Would it be smarter to just only allow access from the rear side? I mean, I don't. Okay.
Thank you for the conversation. It's a good conversation. Of course, as a family group, we would need to have some discussion. This is new for us. We want to, as I said, be good citizens and do the right thing. The speed limit, however, I'm pretty certain is 45. It's still, a little fast when you're headed south, but we would have to have a discussion amongst us as to whether or not we could add on, the bill for turn lanes at all 3 of the entrances. I do think that all 3 of the entrances are necessary and appropriate, as Ms. Bragg pointed out, for the trucks that are coming in to bring the fuel and so forth. So I'm not prepared tonight because this is new to be able to say on behalf of all of us that we would, could definitely do that. We would still ask, though, that this zoning be approved, that this planning board make a recommendation to the county commission. There would be time between now and when the county commission meets to consider this again and have further discussions about it. So we would respectfully request, based on the information that Mr. Ward provided, that this is, widening of 4-lane of these roads is not on the transportation corridor plan at present time. We have held the property for 48 years. And we always strive to be good citizens, and we really feel like all that's going on in the north, this will be an excellent service to everyone that travels in that area, and we hope that you will agree. Thank you very much.
Also, Board, just as a point of clarification, Sam did already make a motion to approve with conditions. So you could still discuss it, but anything up to this point, it would either need to be seconded or
It was seconded.
So we got to specify the conditions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's just hash that out, and
Sure.
we'll just,
But Mike, what's the point in hashing out conditions? Because it says that they have to agree to it, and
I agree, but we do still have to as a point of order, correct?
Yes, you'd have to still take it to the vote.
Can I make a motion to approve without conditions?
Well, then we have no recommendations at that point.
We've already had a motion and a second.
Yeah, the motion was made, and Kerry, you seconded it, right?
Yes.
I haven't seconded anything. I just
Okay,
said
so there's not a motion on the table, so yes, you can make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve without objections and allow the commissioners to decide.
For clarification, without objection or without conditions?
without conditions or objections.
Well, I'm gonna contest that.
Objects. Yeah. Yeah.
You want to make the motion without?
The motion from Alan was to approve without objection.
And there was.
And there was objection. So now do we have a second to just approve?
I'll second it.
So Alan would have to remake the motion to approve.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Now the motion has been made to approve and properly second. We'll take it to a vote. And again, this is just to approve. Anna?
No.
Carrie?
No.
Derek?
Yes.
Tracy?
No.
Alan?
Yes.
Sam?
No.
So the motion fails on a vote of 2-4. Do we have another motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with conditions of turning lanes.
But we can't because they won't agree to it. That's against the rule.
No, that's just, we're gonna, okay, I'll make a motion to approve with recommendations. Is that correct?
But, so the issue with tabling it, if we table it, they can still, can they not go to the county commission, or does it, they have to come to us again?
They would need to come back to you for that recommendation.
Okay. Well, so there's no way to state in the record that we are recommending turning lanes to be
That is
provided by
correct, because
the...
the way the ordinance is written, it says with the applicant's consent. So on that, the applicant has asked you not to place conditions upon it because they have not had time to review.
Okay, I got you. So I'll leave that alone.
So when they come back in 2 weeks, they can add those conditions themselves, correct?
They can add those conditions, or the Board of County Commissioners can place those conditions upon them. Thumbs up or thumbs down, no matter what your vote is tonight, unless you table it, is going to the Board of County Commissioners in 2 weeks.
Am I allowed to talk? I don't think it'd be fair to table it, just, okay. So that's one thing. Number two, like we talked earlier, what else can you do with this property? It's very unusual shaped property, and there's value there, and it needs to be utilized. So, and I don't think we're particularly qualified to make decisions on turn lanes and things of that nature, that there's other people that are better qualified to make those decisions. That's my personal point. So,
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, but I think when we were discussing that development on 87 and 98, it was stated that turn lanes come down to FDOT anyways.
That is on state facilities, not necessarily local roads.
I'd like to make another motion to approve.
I'll second it again.
That motion was already denied.
But there's been new discussion since then. Can we not, are you allowed to vote again?
You didn't change anybody's mind.
I make a motion to deny.
We'll second it.
The motion has been made to deny and properly seconded. So a vote yes is to deny. Anna?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Derek?
No.
Tracy?
Yes.
Alan?
No.
Sam?
Yes.
So the vote The motion to deny passes on a vote of 4-2. But again, this is a recommendation, so we will see you in 2 weeks before the Board of County Commissioners.
That was fun.
Next item on the agenda, case 2021 R048, B&B Land, Inc., Mr. Bob Hartley is requesting to rezone 4.96 acres from HCD, Highway Commercial Development, to R3, Medium High Density Residential, and amend the future land use from commercial to residential. The subject site is located on the 2200 block of Highway 87 South in Navarre. The current zoning is in a HCD, Highway Commercial Development Zoning District. The proposed zoning is R3, Medium High Density Residential. This is an area of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up area of the subject site. The existing land use is vacant, with some vacant to the north, commercial, office, and vacant to the east there, vacant and single-family residential to the southeast, vacant institution, public-owned property, commercial, and office to the south. Future land use is commercial. The proposed future land use is residential. There are some potential wetlands on the site. This is looking south down Highway 87 South. The site is to the left. This is looking west. The site is behind. This is looking north up Highway 87 South. The site is to the right. And this is a view into the site. This is another view into the site where a current entrance is to the neighboring properties. This is a site plan submitted by the applicant, and that's all I have.
Good evening. Bob Hartley, 6794 Tom King Bayou Road, Navarre. This is a parcel that's owned by corporation, and we've looked at multiple uses of this property, and as a person in real estate, what we began to realize was we have a shortage of rentals. We have a lot of properties been taken out that was in rentals, been sold out to the public, and now we have a shortage of rentals. So when we looked at this, what we did was we ran a model on it. It's going to run about 10 to 12 million to do it. So we looked at conditional use. We can't get the density with conditional use to make it. So in order to get this, we ran a model of what would be most effective in the rental market. We came up with about $1,200. So this model is based off of providing rentals to meet a critical need in the south end of rentals. Also allows for the highest and best use of this property in our opinion. So having had this property, we had a conditional use on it before to use, back when Lang Lyncher did it for us, was to go into multiple storage units and et cetera. Just seems to be a dying breed. So after having looked at this, we finally came up with what we believe was the most effective need to meet the community needs and be cost effective and provide a usable use for this land.
Any questions? No. Anyone from the audience like to speak?
Good evening. Thanks for the time. I have a
few major concerns, actually. My name's Ryan Francis. I live at 8056 Hardington Drive, and my backyard touches this property. Lived there for 13 years, and one thing I can tell you, in the 13 years, if there's any significant rain at all, our yard is a lake. So flooding is a major concern for me. This is 5 acres of land that essentially soaks up the water, prevents it from coming in our yard somewhat. We still get flooding. So they're proposing to basically pave and put buildings on 5 acres. And on the southeast corner is where my lot touches. How are they going to prevent that water from coming into my yard? You know, once this is built, the horse is out of the barn. There's going to be nobody for me to go to. It'll be considered an act of God at that point. So that's a major concern. They did have a retention pond, but it's on the north end of the property. There's no residents up that way. So essentially, that's all going to run into my yard. It's major concern. And like Mr. Hartley said, they originally in 2018, Lane Lynchard came up here and he identified the southeast portion of this property as wetlands. And he said, we do not plan on mitigating these wetlands. So my wife and I were like, okay, good. They're not going to build on this section. So my question is, have they mitigated that already? What has changed since 2018 to this point? So the flooding's an issue. Also traffic. About a mile away, Publix has already been leveled, and they're going to build 332 units over there. So let's be conservative here and say there's 2 people per unit. So you're looking at, what, 664 residents? This proposed development is 4 buildings, 22 units. So we're looking at 2 people per unit, kind of conservative. Another 176 residents. So within a mile of each other, we're going to have nearly 1,000 more people, and 87 is already getting pretty, you know, the infrastructure there, it's a concern. Also the high school. You're going up north of this property, that goes to Navarre High School. So there you go, twice a day, when people are usually going to work. So I know progress is inevitable, but I really wish you would consider what they're doing here. They're going to fill all 5 acres. That water is going to flood my yard and my neighbor's yard. And before we let the horse out of the barn, just please think about this. And the traffic, it's a major concern for me and my family. Like I said, I lived there for 13 years, and I know what it does when we get any significant rain. It floods. Fortunately, a few days it goes down, but with this added pressure, with the water coming down, I don't see how they're going to divert all that water to that retention pond north of their development. I don't think there's any way to do that. So just thank you for your time, and please consider, you know, my points.
Thank you.
My name is Kenneth Human. My address is 8060 Hardington. I'm Ryan's neighbor that just presented. My concerns I share are similar to his. The 332 units that are going in by Publix, we haven't even seen the impacts to traffic that's going to result in. So that traffic pattern disruption is a significant concern because it's going to be right on 87, which is the evacuation point for all the storms and hurricanes that may or may not hit our area. In addition to that, I mean, it's almost impossible now during the summertime to get out to Navarre Beach. So when you add another 88 units, in addition to the 332 that we haven't even seen the impacts for yet, that's going to create a significant impact to the traffic disruption that was identified earlier. Another thing was the flooding is the thing I share a similar concern. For me, I've lived there about 16 years, and the wettest portion of the land is where they're putting or where they propose to put the apartments, and the driest portion of the land is where they're putting the retention. So that's going to create a significant backflow back into our properties, which I have concerns that the flooding into my residential area because of that. He said he was going to be putting in affordable apartments, which makes sense since it's luxury apartments at Publix. But my concern then is I can leave my door unlocked and my garage open, but if you're putting affordable, I worry about the concern of increased crime that may happen when you put in those kind of residential or area in. And then the last thing that I'd like to cover is Mr. Smith referenced earlier, when you digress from commercial to residential, especially with Navarre, the way that it's busting at the seams with the high school barely having capacity for the students that are in there now, and then you're going to add the 332 plus another 88. I have concern of the infrastructure to support this additional growth of residency. And in addition, that I would preferably like to see restaurants or something. I mean, if we're having this influx in population, but we don't have the infrastructure to support, I mean, I have to go 45 minutes for a good restaurant. And like you said, I mean, they put in dollar stores at every block. It'd be nice to put in something that we could actually use rather than another apartment complex that increases the population and will most definitely, in my opinion, disrupt the traffic. So I propose to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could, please, I'd like to answer a couple of the questions. Good. First and foremost, as staff knows, the stormwater retention will be addressed in the final site plan. And as most of you already know, most of our flooding occurs in older subdivisions, not new. Most of them, by and large, retain all their stormwater on site. This one would. I can assure you that. Addressing the wetlands, we had a wetland study done some years ago. As most of you are probably aware, we'll have to do a new one because they're only good up to 5 years. That's all they are. And they're only an opinion from that standpoint. And I get it. Everybody likes the idea of development, but nobody likes it in their neighborhood. So you guys are kind of put in this predicament and et cetera. But I think there's a viable need in the community. I don't agree that because a rental is $1,200 that necessarily indicates there's going to be crime associated with it. I don't think that's a fair assessment. I don't think it is. I still think this is the best and highest use of this property, and we'd simply ask you to consider it. Be happy to answer any questions you got.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I just got some statements on this one. Yeah, with the gentleman earlier, I agree we need more restaurants other than fast food restaurants, but as far as traffic goes, my biggest argument's always without it having 4-lane access to the, and we've got really good, I mean, we got the 4-lane there, and we do have a need for housing. I understand that. And, you know, as far as the wetlands goes, that's out of our hands. I know that that's something they've got to attach after us, and, oh, shoot. I mean, if you're going to look at many warehouses going in there versus something that could be of use to the community. I mean, I know that we're still going to have pretty good traffic flow in that area. It's hard for me to go against something of that level when you have the highway to support it, is what I'm going to say, and I'll just end it there.
I mean, I feel like we just denied the same thing, but just one house as opposed to 30. So I don't see how we can go against it.
What do you mean, one house?
A gentleman like three ago just wanted to put one house on Highway 87.
Well, I was just saying that wasn't the highest and best use of the property. That was more like just throwing a residential right there in the middle of commercial, where
well, this is residential in the middle of commercial.
No, but I don't
this
think,
is more commercial on this level.
Yeah, I don't know that everybody understood right where that parcel was 3 or 4 sessions ago. That was between the Piggly Wiggly and Highway 87 and the light at the prison. And when you're coming from 90, you're spinning over there on the 87, which I do every day. You're going pretty fast, and that lot was really small. If it was a couple acre lot and the guy could get his house back off the road, it would make sense. to me, and this is close to commercial because this, I don't know how many units it is again, but this is a higher density, you know, probably a R3, I'm assuming, is that R2, R3, which is, we're not talking about a single-family home, you know, and I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing. I do think we need workforce housing. I don't know if that's the right location for it, but it's definitely a lot different than that other.
So I live and work in this area, and that area is congested about 3:30 in the afternoon. With military, you have children getting out of school from the high school as well. Both directions are packed. That 4-lane was necessary to keep that amount of people going freely. With that being said, you would have to have more entrances. It's just not going to be enough to have that many houses there and that much traffic boggling that up, that section, so.
You want to make a motion?
I make a motion to deny.
I'll second so we can vote. Motion to deny has been made and properly seconded. A vote yes is to recommend denial. Anna?
Yes.
Carrie?
No.
Derek?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes.
Alan?
No.
Sam?
Yes.
The recommendation to deny passes on a vote of 4-2. Mr. Hartley, we will see you in 2 weeks. Oh. Next item on the agenda, case 2021 R050. Mr. Jody Thomas is requesting to rezone 8.11 acres from HCD and R1 to M2 General Industrial and change the future land use from commercial and single-family residential to industrial. The subject site is located at 6124 Gulf Breeze Parkway in Gulf Breeze. The current zoning is HCD, Highway Commercial Development, and R1, Single Family Residential. The proposed zoning is M2, General Industrial. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is commercial with recreation open space to the north, vacant and commercial to the east, and vacant to the south and west. The future land use is commercial and single-family residential. The proposed future land use is industrial. There are the potential for wetlands on the site. This is looking east up Gulf Breeze Parkway. The site is to our left. This is looking south. The site is behind. This is looking west down Gulf Breeze Parkway. The site is to our right. And this is looking into the current site. This is a further view into the site showing the storing of materials. This is why the applicant is requesting the rezoning. And this is a survey submitted by the applicant. And that's all I have.
I'm Jody Thomas. I've been here 16 years. I'm a disabled veteran. We're a disabled veteran-owned company. I've worked intently with the City of Gulf Breeze, Midway Water, Midway Fire Department. We found this location about 3-4 years ago. It was an existing full industrial. It was a scrapyard, recycling facility, and it had a smelter on it for smelting aluminum. I got with the owners and I met with Jason and several of the county commissioners or rezoning people and talked to them about what we wanted to do with this. We wanted to use it for a staging area for our company. They said we could not use it as a commercial one because we had big trucks and big equipment. So we had to change it to light industrial, I'm guessing is what they're calling it. So they wanted for us to do this. They told me I would have to clean it up. Well, since we moved into this place, we have taken about 3,800 tires to a retired recycling facility up in Alabama. We have hauled away 12 to 15 30-yard containers of trash. There's about 4,500 more yards of trash that we have to haul out. We've cleaned up probably 3/4 of the property right now. We still have 1/4 of it left to clean up that we're in the process of cleaning up. We have put a privacy fence up. We have taken out, I think there's 8 RVs and miscellaneous vehicles that were left there. We had them hauled away. We've taken out 8 loads of 30-yard containers of scrap steel, one being the smelter. We tore the smelter out and hauled it out. We have cleaned this place up tremendously to what it was when we first have required it. And all we are using it for is we have 3 semis, have 11 people that work with us, and we have 8 to 10 different pieces of equipment that we use for our company. The amount of traffic goes in and out of there is the trucks leave in the morning. They haul dirt to the locations where we work. If we do bring some back, it's very few loads in a day. Most of the time, they're gone all day. They leave in the morning and they don't come back till night. And the guys usually take company vehicles, so there's minimum traffic going in and out of there. Any questions?
So in order to use it for what you want to use it to, you've got to go to industrial?
They're telling me it's got to be industrial because we got big equipment in there.
And you're not manufacturing anything
No.
or anything? You're not smelting
No.
anything?
No.
So my question now would be to staff. I mean, there's no industrial in the area, so then we're going to be setting a precedent, or am I correct?
There is industrial right down the road, but
In the map, it shows a sliver of industrial. It's about 3 parcels over.
Okay, because that's what, I'm sitting here going, okay, all of a sudden we're going to have an industrial park going down 98 there. So is there a way we could do conditional use?
Well, right. This is a great example for the new rule we just passed because I'm sure he would agree.
So right now, the individual is requesting an M2 zoning district, which is his highest and best use when it comes to industrial. I'm reviewing the site plan notes or the pre-application notes, and it references an M1, which is a restricted industrial, which would give it certainly a little bit more of a condition on that. You know, I would also note and take into consideration the existing wetlands on site. So this is a small site, so whereas the individual has requested to rezone the entire parcel, you could certainly say, you know, from the wetlands south area only, based on his site plan, so you're not looking at the entire piece of property. That would minimize that. Unfortunately, with US 98, we do have a lot of those existing land uses where there's a fine line between the HCD and the industrial and back and forth. So this is certainly him trying to correct that, take care of that situation by that rezoning. But those are some options certainly to consider as a part of that.
just to clarify on that, there's only about 4.5, maybe 4.9 acres that we can use. Anything behind that, there's a salamander back there that's protected, and there's a wetlands back in there that we cannot use. So even if it's residential, no matter what it is, you can't use it. You can't even build anything in there. And we have that line that's, matter of fact, the wetland specialist is actually trying to work with the state to allow us to go in there and clean it up, because the people prior to us have dumped about 250 shopping carts back in there. There's actually some fuel tanks and stuff back in there, but we're not even allowed to go there and get them out because it's a protected area. So we're working on it.
So I guess the best.
Well, is there anyone else who wants to speak?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
No. Can I change my motion to approve without objection?
Yes.
Save you some time.
Hearing no objection, motion passed. Mr. Thomas, we will see you in 2 weeks.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your time. Thanks, guys.
Next item on the agenda, case 2021 R051. Kimbrough family, represented by Mr. Buddy Page, is requesting to rezone 43 acres from rural residential agriculture to R1A, single-family residential, and amend the future land use from agriculture rural residential to single-family residential. It was brought before the staff that the applicant was willing to go with single-family residential instead of the residential future land use.
I'm sorry, did you say it was to single-family residential and not?
And not the residential.
R1A?
Yes,
Okay.
we spoke with the applicant, and he said they were willing to go to single-family residential instead of the residential. So at this point, any recommendations going forward would be with the single-family residential future land use classification.
Yeah, so just for clarification, on that future land use, that was a lot of the concerns that we saw from the public input. Right now, it's listed as residential future land use, which is 18 dwelling units an acre, whereas the single-family residential future land use would give him the 4.
Subject site is located on the 6400 block of Quintet Road in Pace. The current zoning is rural residential agriculture. The proposed zoning is R1A, single-family residential. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is silviculture, with silviculture to the north and east, single-family residential to the south, and single-family residential utilities and recreation open space to the west. The future land use is agriculture, rural residential. The proposed future land use is single-family residential. There are the potential for wetlands on the site. The site is also in a stormwater problem area. There have been a few zoning board cases in the surrounding areas. This is looking west down Quintet Road. The site is to our left. This is looking north. The site is behind us. This is looking east up Quintet Road. The site is to our right. And this is looking into the current site from Quintet Road. This is a conceptual site layout submitted by the applicant. And that's all I have.
Yes, sir. Is it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Buddy Page, Professional Growth Management Services over in Pace, representing the applicant here this evening that is a subject of our review and discussion. Santa Rosa County's application is fairly straightforward in terms of all the data that's required to go with it, to submit it. There are 5 items of standard review, and these items are fairly well articulated and answered in the copy that was provided to me from the staff. But these standards of review, A is infrastructure availability. And it talks about the traffic that would be generated from the project out onto Chumuckla Highway. And I think the final summary on that can be found near the bottom. It says TPO congestion management plan level of service C, and this would contribute an additional 500 or so trips out onto the roadway. It has plenty of capacity. That's the bottom line to standard review number 1, traffic. Standard of review number 2, item B, is compatibility. Your staff looked at the information that we provided, and it basically sums it up by saying the subject property is located at Quintet Road, neighboring another residential subdivision, or development rather. This use would be compatible, seeing that there are no other residential subdivisions on the southern side of Quintet Road heading east. So that standard review B, we are consistent and meet that standard. Item C, suitability. It talks about what the comprehensive plan states in terms of suitability of topography. As you've already seen up on the overhead, there are some wetland areas there. There are approximately, in round numbers, about 15 acres of wetlands and about 41 or 2 acres of developable property. A survey was done by the professional environmental folks, and is made, their summary is made a part of the application. So as far as compatibility goes and suitability, B and C, we meet those standards, Mr. Chairman, as well. D, in terms of urban sprawl, I think the final sentence at the bottom of that particular one sums it up by saying that the zoning district requested is not urban sprawl. However, the requested future land use category for residential would be considered urban sprawl. And you might recall at the very outset, whenever we read that, we got together with staff and said, we don't want that to be considered. If we have to go to a lower number that'll be considered okay, what would it be? And that's what we asked them to change it down to. So we think with that change then, that in terms of urban sprawl, we're consistent with that. And there also is an addendum of all the calculations made up for the estimation for R1A being the 516 additional trips that they find that the roadway is compatible and can accept. Standard practice is for the staff to require a project like this to have water and sewer letters, which we have water and sewer submitted. I understand from some earlier conversations outside that people were talking about some bear out in this area. I would say that I've lived down the road a mile or 2 from this for almost 26 years. We've taken our horses up to the vet that's right across the street from Ashley Plantation. And he made the comment years ago that, now that they've cleared that all off over at Ashley Plantation, we get a lot of bear up our way now. They're all coming across the road. And we've had to add extra height on our fences for the horses that spend the night over there, which they have that facility for. And I understand that now that this has been cleared, the same type of observation has been made where there have been some bear sighted there as well. Mr. Chairman, as I say, the standards of review, we've made all 5 of them based upon the staff's review, and they've approved all of those 5. We're certainly prepared to try to address some of the concerns. I have a list here of a number of complaints or concerns from citizens. My reading of it was that they're concerned about traffic and drainage. And of course, the drainage situation is something that can only be designed after all of this moves forward. The standards of review that are in here do not contain anything that says submit your roadway left turn decel lane plans. They don't know any of that yet until that's designed, and your engineer for the county will require the engineer for the developer to meet with them later on, and at that point those types of things will be hashed out. I understand there was a fair amount of concern and questions about turn lanes and what have you for commercial developments. I have yet to see, and I do this in a number of counties down to Panama City and back, I don't think there's a single county that has a requirement that says that the engineering of a project, whether it's left turn lane or whatever, will be decided by anyone other than the county engineer. And of course, he or she can't decide that until the plans are drawn. 99% of developers will not go to that expense at the front end of a project until they know the land is going to be zoned appropriately. As a matter of fact, a lot of them have a clause that says that if the zoning is not approved, they will not buy the land. So everything is contingent and front-loaded for the zoning to be done first. I understand that there's always someone that has a concern about some design or some intersection that they're very familiar with. They'd like to make a recommendation. And I heard some efforts to try to enter that into your conversations and your votes here today. But I can assure you that the Santa Rosa County engineering department is very stringent on reviewing a set of plans that come in. And of course, those meetings are public. They're announced and they are public. Anyone that wants to sign up and go in and say, I've got concerns about that. Here's the drawing on the table. Let me point out to you what these concerns are. And the county engineer at that point can say, we're going to take that under consideration, or whatever the negotiations might be. But we've never been able to do a whole lot of engineering on the courtroom floor because the information just is not available yet. But Mr. Chairman, we think we have provided competent and substantial evidence here that we meet, and your staff, your expert staff agrees in those by the affirmation of the information contained in the application itself. And with those comments, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Page? Anyone in the audience for or against the one speak?
Could you go with Mike? Thanks. Just hit that mic for me. It'll start squealing when I'm talking.
Turn it off?
Yes, sir. Thanks. I'm going to stay consistent. It ain't a 4-lane highway. I think it's a terrible idea to add more density to that area. I know, Mr. Page, you're just, I see where you live. You live right down the road. I mean, I'm going to just call bunk on what the state says on these numbers. That will cause a huge problem to that area. I'm driving up and down that area all the time, and 5 Points is already a nightmare. So I'm going to recommend no on that.
I'll second it.
So I'll make a motion to deny.
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded to deny. Any further discussion?
So again, motion is to deny, so a vote yes is to recommend denial. Anna?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Derek?
No.
Tracy?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Sam?
Yes.
Recommendation to deny passes 5-1, but we will see you in 2 weeks. Next item on the agenda, case 2021 R052, Homes by Vision, represented by Ms. Becky Cato, is requesting to rezone 1.12 acres from R1M mixed residential subdivision to R2 medium density residential and amend the future land use from single family residential to medium density residential. The subject site is located on the 9200 block of Military Trail. The current zoning is R1M mixed residential subdivision. The proposed zoning is R2 medium density residential. This is an area of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up area of the subject site. The existing land use is vacant with multifamily residential to the immediate north and east and single-family residential to the immediate south and west. The small portion of industrial there to the southwest. The future land use is single-family residential. The proposed future land use is medium density residential. There have been some zoning board cases in the surrounding areas. This is looking east up Military Trail. Site is to our left. This is looking south. The site is behind. This is looking west down Military Trail. The site is to our right. And this is a view into the site. And that's all I have.
Becky Cato from Pace, representing this request to rezone these two parcels that make up just a little more than an acre on Military Trail. As you saw in Mr. Drain's presentation, this part of Military Trail has kind of a mix of uses. There's multifamily just immediately adjacent on the east, and then there's single family, and then some sort of a industrial across the street. And then, of course, there's the ball field at the end of the road. So what the owner of this property is asking to do here is something just very similar to what the property next door has already done, and do only instead of apartments, they want to do townhome lots on this site. So we're requesting the R2 zoning to be able to accomplish that. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to address them.
I don't believe we have any questions. Anyone speaking for or against?
First of all, I want to thank you for the chance to speak to you about this project. My name is Robert Carl. I live in 9277 Deer Lane in Navarre, Florida. I've lived there for 40 years. I've watched the area develop, and this very project was proposed several years ago. It was denied because the infrastructure of the subdivision cannot sustain the proposed development that they want to do. There is a lot of traffic on military trail because of the ball field, and the people over there have problems and they don't need it anymore. The watershed in the area has only one drainage system for approximately 300 acres of land. I own the property directly behind this project. I am the president and CEO of Deer Trail Estates, which is a mobile home RV park that was grandfathered in. The other project to the east of this project was grandfathered in before zoning, and that's the only reason that it exists now. The only other buildings that they have there are single-family residents. The watershed, like I said before, has to drain the water from approximately 300 acres. At the end of that drainage system, there's an environmental protected area that they cannot dredge, dig, or do anything to. So consequently, the water backs up and there is substantial flooding in the area. The continuation or allowing this project would only cause more flooding. It's a danger to property and a danger to safety for the people who live there. On our street, Deer Lane, just north of that military trail, there are 2 drainage ditches on each side, one on each side of the street, and they're approximately 5 feet deep. That's not enough drainage capacity to stop the road from flooding, and I've seen the water get to 3 feet above the road. I recommend that this be disapproved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for the board's reference, just recall that within the new land development code that was adopted, South Santa Rosa County has very specific stormwater requirements now that are in place for residential units, which includes, engineered stormwater plans, spot elevations, and as such.
Hello, my name's Kevin Paquette. I live at 9256 Military Trail. I live right next door to that lot. We have been having flooding problems, congestion on traffic to the point where we can't get out of our driveways, speeding, our vehicles being hit from careless driving and speeding. We've been getting run off the road by the same thing, and a few pedestrians got hit. Now, none of these problems have been addressed, and this project, by a different name, has been denied in the past. And it should be denied now until these problems have been taken care of. And it's also that we're all single-family homes around there, not two-story projects. And they shouldn't have no two-story on that street at all, because you'll be invading our privacy in the adjacent lots. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, y'all. Sorry it's a long night. My name is Mary Paquette. I live at 9256 Military Trail. This has been brought above to the Board of Commissioners, and it has been denied in the past by Lane Lynchard, and they said that we need to have the investigation on the situation before any more development happens. Now, having a 2-story place there is going to look like an eyesore. And on top of that, we're also going to have our privacy invaded, because how do we know these people are not going to be able to see in our backyards, see in our homes? To me, that's kind of like an invasion. But the main thing I'm looking at is, we have an issue with speeding on our road, a lot of congestion, and it's not only just the residents are having a hard time, even the development where Mr. Bach had put those apartments, even some of his people are having a hard time getting out. Some of his people almost got hit just checking their mail that's on the side of the road. There need to be speed bumps. We have addressed this several times. We need some type of survey done and seeing what can be done to alleviate. There's supposed to be another exit to that soccer field. There's only one way in, and it's Military Trail. One way in, one way out. I have several times almost been hit just going to check my mailbox. There's flooding. Our roads, the road is right there, but our driveways are washing out because there is no drainage. We've lost about 3 feet of our yard because there's no drainage. And when it does flood, yes, this gentleman here is not lying. I've walked down here, I've looked through his backyard, I looked in his thing. You got flooding. The water goes straight through everybody's yard and it goes right onto Deer Lane and floods out. And then it backs up onto our yards. It is a very bad situation that I think we need to address what the problems we have now before we do any more development. We need to do something because this is getting to be ridiculous. I've lived there for 20 plus years and I've seen this place, actually I've seen the deterioration of all the flooding, the erosion of the land, and adding a 2-story place there is going to cause more problems. I think my main issue is what's going on that needs to be addressed now. This is the same thing that we addressed to Lane Lynchard a couple of years ago, and he said, yes, we need to do something about this before we do any more development on that land or anywhere near there, because we are having a big problem. I mean, we're even having problems where people losing control of their vehicles and almost running into people's houses. These kids, we've got people going out of there. At one time, I actually witnessed a person going out of that soccer field sideways, speeding, doing 55 plus when that speed limit down there is 20 miles an hour. And they're losing control at 55, and they're losing control at 30. These people have no control. And they come, then when we try to get out of our driveway, we get thrown stuff at us, we get cussed at, we get told we need to keep our mouths shut. This can't be keeping going on like this. And even now, like I said, the people that are living in box apartments are having complications now. And it's because of the conditions that we're having to deal with. Now, if we add more, this is going to cause more problems, and I got a sneaky feeling there's going to be more problems going to come on. Thank you very much.
Just a couple of things. In talking about or hearing about the traffic issues on that road, those seem to be tied to the volume of traffic that they get with the ball field there, and not from residents. So there's no reason to think that the residents living on this property are going to add to that. If it's not a resident issue, it's caused by the ball fields. And I'll just say too that this kind of gives an opportunity for these folks to discuss that with the commissioners again, because I remember that enforcement of speeding on that road really has been an issue for a while. So bringing that to the proper folks' attention is a very good thing. And just with regard to stormwater, I just wanted to say that the way townhomes are developed, they have to do a site plan first, so they have to meet the same stormwater requirements that a commercial project would. So they'll have to manage their stormwater, and that will be addressed as part of their site plan.
Is there any reason why they instead of townhomes, they're not trying to do something that fits more with what is next door that they were saying was already grandfathered in instead of 2-story townhomes, or are they 2-story townhomes?
I haven't seen I don't know if plans specifically have been drawn up yet. I don't know if they're 1-story, 2-story. The intent though is just to be townhomes, and that seems to be a good transition from the single family on one side to the multifamily apartments on the other side. Then you have just the attached units on this property where they also own the land, like a typical townhome would. So, and I don't recall about when those units on the east were built. I know the property was rezoned in 2007. So that's when they got the zoning to do that type of thing. So I'm not confident that they were necessarily built before then. I would think that their zoning would have reflected it if they were actually grandfathered.
Do you think that the owner would be opposed to something that looked like what was next door, that wasn't two-story?
I'm honestly not sure. I can certainly discuss that with them. And, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
That traffic on that road from 2 o'clock in the afternoon till 10 o'clock at night is impossible on the weekdays. And it's almost from 8 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night on the weekends, and that's including Sunday. Just to let y'all know what that traffic problem consists of. And majority of it is the soccer field. But you can't add any more out there because we're already in danger as it is. My truck was already taken out, well, it was parked in the driveway. I'm using my yard as a burial ground for all these animals that's getting hit out there on that street. Nobody's bringing up that fact, not including the fact that, yes, this is all being done again by a different name. It's still the same person that owns the place and trying to pass the same thing by a different way around it. It was denied before, and it should be denied again. Thank you.
Thank you. Any motions? Any motions?
I make a motion to deny.
Second.
Motion's been made to deny and seconded.
Go to a vote. Vote yes is to deny. Anna?
Yes.
Carrie?
I got no.
Sorry.
No.
Derek?
No.
Tracy?
Yes.
Alan?
No.
Sam?
No.
The motion to deny fails with a vote of 2-4. Do we have another motion?
I move we approve.
I second it.
So now the motion on the floor is to approve. We'll vote. Anna?
No.
Carrie?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Tracy?
No.
Alan?
Yes.
Sam?
Yes.
The recommendation to approve passes with a vote of 4-2. But this is just a recommendation, so it will go before the Board of County Commissioners in 2 weeks. Last item on the agenda, Mr. Carl and Mrs. Shirley Henderly are requesting to rezone 16.8 acres from Ag 2, Agriculture District 2, to rural residential agriculture and change the future land use from agriculture to agricultural rural residential. The subject site is located on the 4500 block of Morristown Road in Jay. The current zoning is Ag 2, Agriculture District 2. The proposed zoning is Ag RR, Rural Residential Agriculture. This is an area of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up area of the subject site. The existing land use is silviculture, with silviculture to the north, silviculture and public-owned property to the east, vacant and single-family residential to the south, and vacant to the immediate west. The future land use is agriculture. The proposed future land use is agricultural residential. This is looking north up Morristown Road. The site is to the left. This is looking east. The site is behind. This is looking south. Site is to our right. And this is looking into the site from Morristown Road. This is a conceptual lot layout submitted by the applicant. And that's all I have.
I'm Carl Henderly. I live at 2715 Sherry Lane Drive in Cantonment, Florida, in Escambia County. Hopefully we'll be changing that soon to Santa Rosa County. The 17 acres that we own in Jay, we would like to move there and take our younger daughter and her family there as well in 2 separate homes, and that's the reason for requesting the change. My older daughter actually lives on property that is adjacent to this, so we're trying to get the daughters and 7 grandchildren and Jeannie and I out there. Of course, we'll be of aid to them, and I'm 75 and she's 74. They'll probably be of aid to us before it's over with. But that's the reason that we're requesting the change, so that we can get out there and have the families close. And that's the short of it. And at this time of night, I'm sure you're ready for the short of it. So are there any questions? Okay. Well, thank you for hearing us.
I'd like to make a motion to approve without objection.
I'd like to second that.
Motion's been made and improperly seconded to approve without objection. Hearing none, motion passes.
Can't believe they put
And that is a recommendation, Mr. and Ms. Henderly, so we'll see you in 2 weeks. Yes, sir.
put those easy cases at the end.
Yeah, and just a reminder, be here at 6 o'clock because the Board of County Commissioners, they run their ship a little bit differently. What they'll try to do is get you in and get you out. Yes, ma'am, same location. So board members, just a quick rundown of the results from the BOCC meeting, I know we want to get out of here. There was an item that actually became before this board. It was 59 acres off of Avalon Boulevard, and it had a cul-de-sac at the end of it in Ibis. There was discussion by this board. It was actually denied. The neighborhood was upset because many years ago, the road had been kind of donated or punched through so that they could connect to this adjacent property. So that was, I believe, in April, and then so basically, let's fast forward to September. The Board of County Commissioners worked with the property owners or the developers for both pieces of property to donate property for a county park. So instead of basically punching through to Ibis Road where the cul-de-sac was, it will now become a county park. And the property will be coming to you probably after the first of the year for a rezoning, to rezone that property for a park there. With that was a donation agreement that was worked on by the developer and the county. Following that, we did subsequently adopt the rezoning for the proposed development there adjacent to it. The Board of County Commissioners did approve the school that was proposed at the intersection of Willard Norris and
Tanglewood.
Tanglewood, and so they did approve that. It was a vote of 4 3-2 on that one for approval. So, the school district will be installing a light there. There will be access off of Tanglewood and things of that nature. And when there was one other rezoning that this board denied, it did go to the Board of County Commissioners. That was down in Midway area. It was a large piece. The applicant was proposing some multifamily townhome style development. The Board of County Commissioners actually tabled that item. Part of that was discussion of doing a development agreement with them, and since now that we have placed conditions back on the rezonings and things of that nature, the commissioner wanted to have the opportunity to work with the developer to maybe limit some density on that, look at some buffering opportunities, and kind of take into consideration some of those single-family residential structures that are adjacent to that property. So,
Sean, going back to the first item you were talking about on IBIS, is there any possibility we're going to see something about Westmont coming before us?
So staff is going to be kind of researching Westmont. So Westmont actually had an access off of that. However, it looks like there may have been some actions many years ago that said that all the traffic would go to the north, a condition placed on rezoning. So with that, we're certainly going to take a look at that. Some residents, matter of fact, Cameron met with some residents this morning regarding Westmont. And they're certainly concerned on that. So we'll go back and pull those old files and look at those minutes and such. If there was truly a condition placed on that rezoning as identified in the ordinance, a lot of times things are discussed at a meeting, but they are not adopted. They're not placed as a condition into that rezoning. So anytime we want to place conditions, we do need to, make sure it's in the recommendation so that it is included in the ordinance with the Board of County Commissioners.
I'm not going to say anything else. I got a gold ring that was handed to me that was dropped on the floor here. So it was one of our...
Is there any audience participation?
Just remember the November board meeting is Wednesday, November the 10th. November the 11th is Veterans Day, so we will be in here on Wednesday, November the 10th. That meeting was rescheduled at the beginning of the year due to Veterans Day, so just heads up.
I move we adjourn without objection.